1945 here, and I am doing a watch party. Didn't know I'd ever do one of these. Just don't have any terribly great experience ever hosting one of these. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be watching the Home of the Wargamers event done by Slytherin, probably the publisher of wargaming video games out there. There's other publishers, but the one that does the most truly wargame focused content. So I hope you will all hang out with me and we can see how this goes. I will be commenting on what we're seeing and hearing from Slytherin. Not that I have any great behind the scenes knowledge, but I do have some, shall we say, a bit. And this will be starting here in a few moments. I know there is a couple people I think are here and watching now, but this will stay up for those, so everyone can watch it later and see what's coming up in the world of wargaming for your computer.
Welcome to Home of Wargamers Live 2021 Winter Edition. This is the second Home of Wargamers event we're running this year, and we're so proud that we are able to do these events for the community. This is a little corner of a little cozy corner, Christmas corner, that we are going to come back quite often today. Although everything will happen in the main stage, and we're going to there in a moment. This is a little corner that we created to interact with the community and make sure that we keep a constant contact with you out there watching the stream. This is also a way of keeping in mind for us that this show is for you, out there watching, playing our games, and so on. Too many publishers these days, too many companies these days in general are kind of distancing themselves from the communities because it's harder. It's getting harder to interact with players, with fans. When you've got players, they play your games, they become fans of your games. And fans become very vocal sometimes, and vocal in the internet today means, or can mean, being turbulent or noisy and very hard to manage. But we are kind of lucky in a sense, because we managed to, over the last over 20 years of hard work, managed to keep a relationship with our players that is still vital and positive. And I remember when we started working on both Matrix and Slytherin, really, 20 years ago. They are similarly aged. They started in 2000, and when we started the companies, we were making games. We were like fans of strategy games. The McNeils and Eric Rutins back in the US. Fans of strategy games, trying to make games they loved, and to make games they loved, but also games that sell copies. They asked the help of their friends. Their people that worked. They played who played strategy games with them.
And for those,
And
you're just talking on here. For those, if you have any questions, either
the community. We started the community in a way that
live or later, just please post them in
cozy dinner
chat.
or a play of board game with your friends. And these friends, some of these friends, are still with us today. They are the founding fathers of our community. And I find it amazing that after 20 plus years, they still give feedback to our some of our products. I find it amazing that in the same way that we have completely new people we manage to interact with these days. Mostly people that are connected to the games that we just announced. Because every time we announce a game, there's a new following coming with that. It's Starship Troopers, it's Broken Arrow, it's Stargate. I've got a lot of new people following that new game, and we managed to keep them with us and make them part of our community. And so, really, this show we're doing is for you. It's going to be 4 hours, jam-packed with announcements, reveals, stuff that you've never seen before. And maybe things that you will follow as fans from now on. And if you're new to us, if you're new to Slytherin, I am Marco Minoli. I'm the CMO of the company, and this is our agenda for today. Let's take a look at what is ahead of us in the next 4 hours. So, after this, we are going to have a little chat with Ian McNeil, CEO of Slytherin. We are going to have some information about Distant Worlds. And then we have a block of announcements that are linked to either stuff that we have already announced or we have been talking about for a long time. Starship Troopers, stuff that is already out, Panzer Corps 2, Field of Glory 2, Valor and Victory, and Battlesector. This block of content will be mainly dealt by connecting with the producers in Epsom, and we will be having them to discuss, what are the new stuff that we have on board for these products. After that, we have the first moment of reveal that is dedicated to one of our, key war games, a franchise that we've been working with for probably 15 years now, Flashpoint campaigns, at 3:30. And then we start at 4 p.m. We'll start with the new Unannounced project. All these times you see our GMT, of course. The Unannounced projects are games that we have never talked about, things that you have never seen. Then we are going back to stuff that we have announced but we have never showed. So we'll show you Stargate for the first time ever. You will see the gameplay. We'll go through a lot of details about the game. Then we'll have Broken Arrow. Again, luckily, this time with the developer from Steel Balalaika coming on board live on stage. And then we'll have a little bit more after that, and you definitely want to check out what is coming after that. And then we'll finish the broadcast at around 6:15 p.m. We have a very, very tight schedule. I've already used 7 of my 10 minutes to start with, so I'll press on to say, if I was to,
And those watching later, you can use that as a guide to where to jump forward to something you may be interested in if you're not wanting to watch the whole thing.
Is, of course, I keep repeating during tea time. One mantra we have in the company is trying to grow our audience. We have been doing that for 20 years, as I said. We've grown our audience over time in a constant way, in a coherent way, and in a sustainable way. So, what are we doing next to grow our audience? We've done a lot. We've done consoles. We've done more mainstream games. We've done IPs. There's a lot we've done over the years. But what are we doing next? But I would say that there's two elements that are a common thread of some of the projects we are going through today. First of all, we're massively going to RTS games. So, well, of course, you know, the strategy gaming is broad, is vast. You know, we already have games that run in real time, like Close Combat, like Distant Worlds, for instance. But, you know, we're trying to sort of tackle that subject, that genre in a different way now with more games. And you'll see that we have a very specific view on how to do that. So I hope that you'll notice this in particular. And also the other thing is, well, you know, over the years we've never sort of tackled the subject of trying to tell a story. It's a difficult one. It's hard for, if you play hardcore war games, you know, you're not really trying to go to narration. It's not something that you try and do very often. But when you approach different subjects and try and, you know, tackle different genre, you know, especially when you attach to your games to specific IPs like Starship Troopers or Stargate, for instance, well, the thing you do is you are bound to tell a story. You try and get this narration embedded into a game. And doing that with strategy games, you know, we found out it's not as easy as one could think. So you will see that in some of the announcements today, there is a lot of storytelling. And this storytelling is as important to us as it is as part of the growth of the company, not only as, you know, as an institution, but, you know, as for us in terms of connecting the development and the marketing and the sales and the production. You know, it's how do we manage that? It's a
Hey Marco, we get this storytelling. Move on.
You know, we found a way. Hopefully found our way to do it, and I really hope that you will appreciate what we're trying to do in this regards. So. This is the two things that we are trying to convey to you today, but there's a lot more. So before we go to that, I wanted to sort of quickly connect to with Epsom, where Ian McNeil, our CEO, is waiting, sitting there. There's a Christmas tree there as well, I think. Yes, hello, Ian.
Hello, Marco. Hello, everyone.
Again,
the budget for our tree wasn't the same as the budget for the Italian tree by the look of things.
Yeah, but we pushed the red a little bit further. You're like multicolored. I think it's.
Yeah, and I was told that I had to wear a Christmas top, so I'm coming as Santa Claus, and you seem to be wearing a normal shirt, so I feel cheated.
That's me. Don't worry. It's that's my character. I didn't actually notice these were Santas, but. That's very bold of you, I have to say. Ian, it's been a tremendous year. We've gone through so much. We were talking with Bruno just a second ago, saying, you know, the event last year was very hard to organize, but this one is even harder. And I thought, you know, it wasn't last year; it was 6 months ago. So it's there's been a lot happening over the last 12 months. You know, can you tell us, you know, if you're happy with what happened, and you know, what were the highlights for you in this 2021?
Yeah, it's been a great year, but it's just been a blur. There's been so much happening. Like you say, you think back 6 months and think that was 2-3 years ago, and you realise all the things that have happened in the last 12 months. So, from a sales point of view, since 2017, our sales have doubled. We're doing 100% more a year than back in 2017, and that's a fairly steady growth. We sold 2 million games last year, which is an enormous number for a specialist strategy games publisher like we are. And on the professional side, where we're doing increasingly more work on the defense side with simulations, that's grown 1,700% in the same period. And now it makes up 25% of our turnover compared to the commercial games. And we have 2,000 users across 100 different organizations. So that's growing fast. We also had a couple of big conferences. We ran a conference back in September, which feels like ages ago, over with the US Marine Corps headquarters in Quantico, training them and a lot of US defense staff in the use of command. And just got back from ITSEC, a big training simulation conference over in the US, and the interest levels are enormous. So our staff has increased 33% in the last year. So we're up to 60 full-time people. and we're transitioning from that kind of small to medium-sized business and all the fun and games that comes with that. We've got massive announcements. So we've had all the franchises that have already been talked about. So Stargate, Broken Arrow, Scramble. We've got Masters of Magic franchise 2. And that's all the stuff that was announced at the previous event. And then we've got all the new announcements that are coming up today. We had our biggest release of the year, the biggest release ever this year. So Battlesector released on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and it released on Steam, our site, GOG, the Windows Store all together, and also came into Game Pass. And it meant something like 11 different builds being ready at one time. And every time we do a patch now for that game, there's 11 builds going out. So logistics that become a part of that.
That's got to be complicated.
Everything just gets much more complicated.
Huh.
And then a lot of community building activities too. So we've been increasingly running tournaments, building up all those services to build that community that Marco was talking about. Back in 2019, we only had one game that had our integrated tournament system in, and we ran 6 tournaments across the year. In 2021, we've already run 25 tournaments across 10 different games, and we're looking to expand that out into the future. So there's so much going on, and that's just a tiny kind of snapshot and just the highlights. But there's a lot more we could go into. But I know Marco's on a schedule, so we probably should leave it at that.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're doing this event today. Yesterday, Phil Spencer at Microsoft Xbox announced or said that strategy gaming is instrumental to the growth of the Microsoft platforms. And I find it just amusing that we're doing a strategy gaming only event on day after. So a lot of interesting bits and pieces that we are feeding back to Microsoft for today. So I hope that they're watching. You were mentioning that the company grew significantly during the pandemic. Of course, this is on the back of the fact that the number of copies sold during the pandemic for any gaming company has been growing. But we've decided to sort of grow in a specific direction. So growing the company, growing the number of projects. So can you tell us what were the pros and cons of growing so much during the pandemic?
Well, we're quite well set up for the pandemic, to be honest, because the company, even before the pandemic, around 60-70% of the staff were already working remotely. Only around 30 to 40% of the staff have ever come into an office. We have main offices are in Milan and Epsom in the UK, and there's some smaller offices scattered around, but we've got people scattered all over the world in every time zone. And so we've been used to all that remote working. So that meant that we were kind of ready for when the pandemic hit. Growing so quickly during the pandemic has been complicated. I mean, just growing in general is complicated. Adding a third of your staff in 1 year is a big deal. When you're doing tasks that people understand and they're familiar with, then those kind of things work quite well remotely. And they can actually be even more efficient working remotely when you've got experienced people doing things they're familiar with. Where the pandemic starts to hurt you is when you've got trying to onboard people, training people, onboarding, and building those relationships, all those kind of conversations that happen outside of kind of the core work in the kitchen or as we get together, because we used to gather together every 2 to 3 months. We would try and bring people together to have those face-to-face meetings. Obviously, we haven't been able to do those, and we're really suffering on the kind of integrating the new members of the staff into the team because of that. And then you've got all the complexities of growing from that small to medium-sized business. Things that used to work and processes that used to work when you're a certain size no longer work. So we're having to integrate establish more structures in the management, and so we're having to have layers of management and things we didn't have before. We're having to look at HR. We're going to be looking to recruit an HR team and HR staff after Christmas. We've also got issues of communication. When you've got small teams and all that information can be shared relatively easily, you don't have to worry about it too much, and the core vision and the core company values just are naturally shared between people. As you start to get bigger, we have to start going out of our way to really make clear to people what is the company culture, what is the company vision, where are we going, and we need to do more work on that in the new year to kind of bring everyone along with us, because it's a really exciting time, and we've got a great team and we want to bring them with us, because we're trying to expand and we want to make sure we bring everyone with us as well as add new people to the team. So yeah. It's complicated.
It is very complicated. It is. I have to say that you know, we've got the luxury of working with people that are you know, kind of flexible enough to, you know, to follow us in this very hard journey. So big shout out to the team, everyone in the team out there listening now. It's funnily enough, this is one of the opportunities they have as well, you know, to see new things that we've got on board. What gets you more excited, Ian? What is it that you know, look forward and you think, wow, this is really cool. This is going to be great.
There's a lot to look forwards to. Events like this are great. All of the announcements we're making now are really exciting. There's all these things we've been wanting to talk to people about and tell people about, and we're going to get the opportunity to start talking about them soon. I'm not going to break any of your news by saying them yet. You mentioned it before, but we're focusing on making bigger games. So the audiences we're reaching and the kind of the milestones we're hitting with the new releases that we have coming through, the quality bar is higher, the team sizes are larger, and we're just being much more kind of adventurous in what we do. We're looking to take more games to console. So in that kind of audience growing and broadening our audience and bringing new gamers into to kind of the community, we're looking to take to console, so a lot of PlayStation and Xbox, but also other things we're working on. And as part of that, narrative becomes increasingly important as we start to reach a wider market. People aren't just looking for mechanics, they're looking for a whole world and a story and an experience to play through. And story becomes increasingly important to try and reach outside of that niche market that we're in. So there's a lot of work going into that. And also, like you said, the real-time strategy on the PC, there's some really big real-time strategy games we're working on. So more about some of that later. But having said all that, all this focus on growing the market, we also want to make sure that we don't leave our core market behind. So the really hardcore players, the guys
Very good to hear.
those detailed Matrix style war games,
Very good to hear.
We're investing a lot in making sure we're building kind of systems and teams to be able to bring them more content. So there's a lot of big projects underway on that side as well. And there's also some really interesting simulation games, detailed simulation. One of those we're going to be talking about later. Be announcing that. There's the whole structural change. So I wouldn't say it's something I'm excited about, but I'm excited about seeing where we get to. It's going to be painful and difficult going through all the changes that we need to go from that small to medium-sized company. But I'm really excited to see where we end up in the next 12 to 18 months and what the company looks like and what direction we get to after that. And there's also all the technical upgrades. So we're doing a lot of work on things like new forums, new play-by-email mechanics for our multiplayer systems, new tournament modes, tournament systems, all those kinds of features. There's a lot of work going into those to build that community, give people the kind of systems and platforms they want to play with and engage in, and hopefully keep people playing the games for longer. And obviously, we're also looking forward to the end of the pandemic so we can actually start to get together more often and meet. We were supposed to be over there in Italy today and yesterday to get ready for this event, and it's really disappointing we can't come. We have our Christmas party on Thursday, and people were flying in from all over, but they've all had to cancel as well. So it's just really sad that we haven't been able to see the team, and so really looking forward to being able to do more of that.
Yeah, that's indeed the truth. We are of course, you know, doing what we can. You know, we're doing everything we can to grow the company and to release more games and bigger games and so on. We'll do what we can for the pandemic. Of course, we do our part. But before we do our part in another way and talking about the Starship Troopers, I have to move to the main stage. Thank you for joining us, Ian. I hope that you will be able to join us towards the end of the event to wrap it up together and see,
absolutely,
comment all the stuff that we have announced that you haven't seen yet. Whilst I move to the main stage, we've got a little bit of an announcement to make to our community. So I've got a video for you, and whilst the video is running, I'll be moving up to the main stage. I'll see you.
Oh, good. Video. Thought we were... No. Let's see what this is. It's like something on the, I don't know, astral plane. Hey, Eric. Yeah, I got my headset on. Hopefully there's no feedback.
March 10th, 2022. We've got a release date for Distant Worlds. This is great. I was looking forward to announcing a date for Distant Worlds for the last 4 years at least. This game has been in development for now something like 5 or 6 years. You know, this was our first Steam game, so I'm super excited that we've managed to finally announce the date. It's 2022 March the 10th. So our big Q1 release, and not our only big event for Q1. I am looking forward to that. So mark that on your diaries. And this is the first announcement of the day, of the first of many announcements. I will be sitting on this stool here for quite a long time today. So forgive me if I move a little bit. It's going to be a long day for me, for everyone, and but very exciting as well. So the first thing I want to do now is connect back to Epsom, where hopefully David Sharrock has had the time to sit down on Ian's chair and joining us for the first block of this event. David?
Marco.
You're not wearing a Christmas shirt.
I got your memo.
That's
Look, lovely green blue shirts.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's great. So there's 2 memos probably. You know, one that you got and the one that somebody else has got. So let's see what other members.
The good people's memo.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for joining us, David. You were supposed to be here in Italy. Of course, you didn't make it not because of you, but you're coming for the Eurovision. So right. So you're soon going to be in Italy in what is it, May, right?
Yes, if they haven't fixed COVID by May, we riot.
Okay. And so you'll be around to talk about some games. Actually, you were the last one to come to Italy before the pandemic started, because you were here for the launch of Panzer Corps.
Yes, just before the pandemic started. There's no link, though. It's fine.
It's fine. It's totally fine. David, Starship Troopers, right? So we have been talking about this game for quite a long time,
yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This looks like a good game.
A couple of years ago,
been a big fan of Starship Troopers.
Around this time, and
first movie's very good. Second movie sucks.
This game has built so much.
Third movie is okay,
and has built so much anticipation that we absolutely want to get it right.
The animated series, 3D animated series, that was actually pretty good at Starship Troopers.
So, Mark, where are we? So, the game is in closed beta. It has been for a few months now, and importantly, we had the Steam Next Fest demo. It came out. God, it feels like yesterday. It was months ago. I'm suffering from the same time lag as Ian. But that was a fantastic thing. It was I think one of the biggest downloaded demos on Steam Next Fest, possibly the largest strategy game. And that's taught us so much about people's expectations, people's findings of playing the game, that along with our closed beta testers, we're really taking on board not just the criticism people had, but also the kind of the validation that the team has that they've made the right choice. Because it's Starship Troopers is an RTS, but it's not a traditional Command and Conquer RTS, and it's really good to have such good, authentic responses from the community that it's a fun game, and we know it's a fun game. We're really looking to get it out there and so everyone can enjoy it.
Well, one of the things that we want to sort of take the opportunity that we have more time to talk about the game, and you know, because we want to sort of give a look at something that is not often covered in you know, explaining what's happening when developing a game, and that's music. So we've got an interesting video to show now. Can you tell us a bit more about it before we watch it?
Yes.
Those of you who may be paying attention can see what the moderators are seeing here. I'm one of them for this channel, banning people and whatnot.
It's not so much an IP, it's an aesthetic, and people kind of forget that music and sound effects make up a large part of that. So what we're going to see today is a video that the music composer for Starship Troopers, called Kajero, has put together for us to kind of give us an insight into how he has built up kind of the dynamic music system that's in Starship Troopers. What's his inspiration behind it, how he's built it, how it's delivering the real feel of being in a bug-infested planet.
Okay, let's take a look.
Need really big shoes
Terran
for a
Command,
bug-infested
give you a new
planet.
and cinematic, but also an authentic Starship Troopers experience. The music is brand new, but it's very much built on the DNA of the original soundtrack.
Big shoes, crush them all. Stomp on them.
And of course, the new main theme is heavily inspired by the 1997 movie theme. But I also want the music to behave like film music. Games have been trying that for years. The composer writes multiple versions of the same music, and the game crossfades between them according to the action on the screen. These traditional techniques are 86% effective. But in a movie, you don't intensify the music by fading in trumpets. Why accept it in games? So I created a new system, and I call it BAM. With BAM, every instrument in the orchestra decides individually how and when to start or finish playing a melody. Every adjustment is performed deliberately, instead of simply messing around with the mix.
Squad, open fire! Let's go! Everybody fights!
We need an airstrike. Or just a hell of a lot of artillery right there.
And with this technique, we can also seamlessly transition to another piece of music.
There we go.
Okay, that's a smooth transition, but let's add a short, dedicated segue so we can really feel the impact of that airstrike.
I'm doing my part!
Want to know more? Click here.
Did you play the demo during the last Steam Next Fest? Remember how your base could be under attack and you wouldn't even know about it? The feedback we received from you guys gave us the idea to add an alarm.
Kill him! Kill them all! Open fire!
Why do they have the guys outside the wall? I don't get that, other than just stupidity.
Chew on this! Fight or die, soldier!
Could be bug-infested
We are working
human
very
enemies.
hard to give you the best possible tools to defeat the Arachnids, and I hope you enjoyed this glimpse behind the scenes. For FedNet, I'm Kairo, doing my part.
Good.
Citizenship.
forgot to say that Starship Troopers is also available for pre-orders now. So just my little commercial break. Back to David, and David, pretty clear that music has been an important part of development here.
Oh yeah, it's kind of essential. I really love that video, just to kind of showing how important is all the different elements of a game are. All the visual effects, sound effects, music, everything comes together to make the whole thing. And with one bit not there, it just doesn't feel
Beam
right.
Slam.
Which is, again, as the guy says, feedback we got from the beta. Things like there was no barks in the beta, and you can hear in that music. They're starting to come into the game now, and it's starting to really amp up the intensity and the kind of emotional impact of the game. It's great.
Yeah, we've got more news. We've got one more video actually with Lucas, the lead designer on the game, giving us a bit of a glimpse on where we are with development. So, what is it all about?
So, Lucas has been, shall we say, very busy for quite a while now, and Lucas loves Starship Troopers, absolutely adores it, and he really wants to kind of take the chance to kind of really give a bit of behind the scenes of where the game is. So rather than let me give his words, he's going to basically tell us in his own.
Let's give it a look.
This is Lucas Neisten, lead designer for Starship Troopers Terran Command, reporting from the front line. Following the demo release during the Steam Next Fest in October, we have received a lot of feedback on the state of the game, and it has helped us a lot to plan the further developments. The demo was downloaded about 80,000 times. We have derived various useful statistics from the event, such as the average playtime per scenario, which points in each scenario players were struggling the most, etc. From this data, the beta testing and in-person playtests, we are constantly tweaking and optimizing the gameplay in individual scenarios and in the game as a whole.
The Tesla truck there. I see what they did.
As an example of a specific design change, we have been reducing the amount of choke points on the Peace of Mind scenario and other similar scenarios. Tactical challenges are part of the core game design, and maps will always offer multiple routes and means to achieve the objectives. But we realize that it works better to be more selective about where and how often a scenario presents particularly difficult environments for the player. This ensures a better balance between feeling strong and micromanagement, and it also makes these moments feel more unique and more memorable. Of course, we also received a lot more concrete feedback. Some of the most common criticism was related to unit voices and sound effects, or rather the lack thereof. This didn't really come as a surprise, however. The simple reality is that we did not manage to get the audio assets finished in time for the demo to reach the standard that we were aiming for. Needless to say that we will be improving this. Audio is a vital aspect of the game, and particularly one that is based on a movie franchise such as Starship Troopers. Hopefully our video about the music system will be an indication of the amount of care and effort we want to put into this aspect. Many other points of critique we received were related to unit controls and behavior. This is obviously a key factor of any RTS game, and something that will keep improving. This includes many small but important tweaks, fixes and improvements. For example, ability cooldowns no longer trigger before actually being fired. So if a unit is about to throw a grenade but you cancel the order, then the ability will no longer go on cooldown. We've also made the line of fire calculation twice as accurate, are doing ongoing improvements and fixes to pathfinding, and are constantly tweaking and changing unit stats and abilities to ensure that they are all useful and have a noticeable impact on the gameplay. The aim is for each unit to be useful in its own role and offer unique gameplay options. To talk more about the broader picture and what the full game will offer, we wanted to share some information about other scenarios in the campaign. While the whole campaign takes place on Kolasha, a fairly desolate desert planet, the game offers a lot of variation in environments and atmosphere. As an example, it features underground and indoor scenarios, such as the mission called In Deep Trouble. Here, the mobile infantry is called by the miners to investigate what happened in the mine. As you may have guessed, they may run into some bugs. A lot of bugs. The scenario has a dark atmosphere, and unlike the top level maps, it is completely unexplored at the start of the mission. This means that you must actually send units out across the map to reveal the fog of war. The player must lead their troopers through narrow mining shafts and machine rooms and finally make their way out alive to report the situation back to High Command. Another interesting example is the Canyon mission, where the survivors of a failed offensive must find their way back to base. The only reinforcements available are other survivors that may be encountered throughout the mission. It is vital to use the terrain effectively to ambush bug patrols and avoid running into any traps yourself. For a final example of the different environments that the campaign offers, we'll show you some footage of a city mission. The planet of Klawasha does have a number of larger cities, and these become key strategic objectives of both the Federation and the Arachnids. The mission opening is inspired by the Stalingrad Battle of World War II, where the player has to hold on to a tiny foothold within the city just across a wide river. The mobile infantry must hold this patch of land at all costs to contain the Arachnid advance and to give time for reinforcements to engage from the other side of the city center.
Okay, so Stalingrad.
For now, that's all the news I have from the front line. I've got to get back to the development trenches to kill another wave of bugs. If I make it back alive, I will share a lot more content after the holidays. Until then, remember that you can do your part by registering for the beta and that pre-orders guarantee citizenship.
Okay.
Talk about being invested in a project. That was Lucas Neiston. Reporting from the trenches and also giving his commercial angle, of course, pre-order game now. David, we have, I think we've covered 4 Starship Troopers, but we're going to be back here to talk about more of your games in a few minutes. So I will now hand over to Community Lounge, and they will have a little bit of a break for interacting with you guys, and then we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Well, hello. Hello, everybody.
Marco
Welcome back.
and
Thank
Paolo.
you, Marco. And
Oh, no,
I'm
Bruno
here
and Marco.
with, Paolo Baglianti,
Hello.
the one and only, to read with you some of the best comments we received during this month from our fantastic community. And, well, without any further ado,
Let's start.
let's start with the first one. So, the first one is from Bjorn Fadir about Battlestar Galactica. There's a button that says Launch Viper. That's all I've ever wanted.
Okay. We always say that in video games the community is toxic, but our community is pretty good and they love us and they write this kind of stuff that we love it.
Well, Bjorn, it's our job. We make dreams come true. The second one from Panda about ICBM. Okay, I got to sing this one. Says, boom, 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 boom. Humanity is doomed as I'm launching nukes while sitting in my room. So a Venga Boys tribute.
Well, when we did ICBM, we published ICBM, we were looking for people like him that wants to entertain with total atomic destruction, nuclear destruction of the world. So it's a perfect...
I'm not a terribly big fan of
absolutely.
ICBMs.
Another. Let's see another because we are hot.
Another one, yeah. So, this is by Windows XP, okay, about ICBM again.
Okay.
Violence is not the answer. It is the question, and the answer is yes.
Only video games, obviously, but yes. Basically, in SBM, you can't do anything else because if you don't shoot first, probably you will get destroyed. So, perfect. That is a good idea, a good tactics. Another one? We have time? Yeah.
Absolutely. So, I forgot. Okay, surprise. It's a surprise, but surprise. Sorry. And about Battlesector. I forgot to play the tutorial, but it didn't matter because the Emperor protects.
Absolutely, but if you play the tutorial on Xbox or PlayStation, you get a lot of trophies and achievements in few minutes. So I strongly advise you to play them because you get more than 120 points in very few moments.
Let's go with
Look like very uncomfortable chairs.
Okay, it's a short one. Chris292 about Battlesector again. There is no vibe, no immersion, just chess. I mean, really?
Yeah, about the tactics probably, because he really likes the idea to move troops around.
No vibe in Battlesector?
We respect everybody's opinion. We are not
sure.
that...
Okay. I cannot read this. Just
beep.
Yeah, just the last part says very erotic robots about Battlesector again. I don't know what to say about this one, but we don't judge. We don't judge anyone.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Robots is better than...
No, we judge. We always judge. We say our judgments, but we judge.
About Order of Battle. This game is so addictive that my girlfriend wants to know if I still know her name.
Well, we can do a DLC with her name, so he will remember, because we have so many DLCs for this game that probably a Jane one could be interesting. Or,
absolutely, yeah. And another one, we get Time Yes for the last one of this first round. And Fubar with Gladius, What Dreams Are Made Of, a little bit of poetry here.
Yeah. Well, Gladius is a game that has a lot of dream and poetry, because when you destroy the Xenos, you need to be inside you. You have to have this dream to conquer the planet and free from all the other Xenos.
Okay, so the main stage is right now, so we'll be back soon for the second round here, and now it's time for Marco.
Thank you, guys. Got a logo on my back here. Thank you, guys.
I've been looking for. Especially is going to be the Pacific announcement.
Refreshment, and we're back with David. Hey, David.
Ciao, Marco.
Where's the camera? Where's the camera? I don't see you. You're here. You changed your shirt. No, you put something on.
Your memo said dress for the game you want.
This is amazing. I should do the same. Okay, next round. I don't think I've got something so professional, but welcome back, David, and welcome, Annie. Lovely that the both chair are busy at the moment. So the next product we're going to talk about, the Panzer Core.
Yes.
Panzer Core 2 was released, actually, we said before, in the middle of the pandemic, in the start of the pandemic, in March. I remember that March 19th, 2020. In the middle of being in a lockdown, we released the sequel to one of our most successful games. And we're now a year and a half later. And what has happened, David? What is the current status of Panzer Core 2?
Well, Panzer Core, what is the Panzer Path? Well, we have blazed a trail all across most of Europe, Marco. So I said the original game came out in March 2020 with the base game, the General's Edition, and even the Field Marshal Upgrade Edition, with lots of new fun attachments to it. And since then, we've been attacking the Axis operations. So we started off with Spanish Civil War, not somewhere that Panzer Corps has really been before. And then we've moved back into Central Europe, taking control of the German forces in 1939, 1940, 41, and 42. And that's where we're up
Hello,
to.
Ikoki.
Decided to generously allow the designer of the Axis operations a bit of time to recuperate after releasing 5 DLCs in about 18 months. So it's very good of us. But now, Marco, as you know, what we announced last time was Panzer Corps Pacific.
We did.
So this is why I've gone for a more Japanese outfit for this show.
Yeah, Panzer Corps Pacific was announced in last May's event with this image of a landing on a Japanese island beach from the Allied forces. What will Pacific be? I mean, there's been a lot of speculation, so I think it's time to clear the decks and say what it is going to include.
So Pacific will be more than just this first release. So our first release, we're going to focus on the American forces. We're going to focus on the kind of first half of the Pacific campaign with the Americans. So we're going to start in Wake, very famous attempt to survive the Wake invasion. And we're going to go through 14 scenarios up to Tarawa. The full list are available on our website if you want to go and look.
What is it that will be included in this package? I guess, other than, the historical scenarios and such, what is it in terms of units, in terms of scenarios? I mean, it's not only reskinning a game, is it? It's just a lot more than that.
No, the Flashback team would never do such a thing. They care too much about the game they're making. So not only are we going to Pacific, we're also making a whole new terrain, as you can see from these screenshots. So this is kind of showing that we've basically not just taken Western Europe and put it in Japan and the islands of the Pacific. Our team have made an entire new terrain set with 4 different seasonal varieties of terrain as well: spring, summer, autumn, and winter variations thereof. And as one of the screenshots there showed, kind of more Iwo Jima volcanic version thereof. But also we've greatly expanded our roster for America, so things like the iconic aircraft of the theatre, things like the Dauntless and the Hellcats, also turning up for the Americans. But also now we've had the full Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. So there's loads of new units, things like the Chiha, the Riko, or the Yamato destroyers are all rocking up in the Panzer Corps from early next year.
Here.
Talking about Navy, I guess one of the big questions from experts and curious alike out there will be some recurring question in war games. How do you manage to make naval warfare fun and engaging? It's not an easy task, isn't it?
Well, I think that the main reason why so many war games are fun is because terrain is interesting. So trees and hills and cities all provide different challenges for people. When you're battling at sea, well, it's all rather blue and isn't all that interesting. You can't really hide behind too many waves.
Turn-based grand strategy, after Paradox games that kind of want real-time strategy. Well, they are talking about Ikoki. Panzer Corps is turn-based, and it is strategy, operational level. They're talking about how they're going more RTS with Starship Troopers and some of the other unannounced games coming. So there will be some more real-time strategy coming.
Previously, it was kind of all or nothing. A battleship was there and full operational, or it was sunk. Whereas now they're very much a case of they can be degraded. So as you hit them with bombers, the guns become less effective. They can sail less well, that kind of thing.
And I think there's a place for all types of games.
And importantly, there's a kind of a second addition to the damage model of temporary damage, which kind of.
And if you're looking for
land units, but you can't really suppress
maybe on this scale, go with the Bloody First. Close Combat, the Bloody First, as probably more the game for you. That is a really good squad and individual tank RTS game. And yes, I have some videos of it on my channel if you want to look for them.
Important decisions when you're making this kind of battle. And then a couple of the other ones in there showed for the eagle-eyed, you'll notice that a ship, when attacking from the rear and from the side, they do different damage. So we're kind of modeling, basically, if you can see a broadside of a ship, you're more likely to hit it. There's more to hit than there will be from a stern, like in that photo there. And then also we're adding a whole new thing of torpedo bombers, which didn't really exist because there wasn't that much need for them in the plains of outside Kharkov. So you now have torpedo bombers which can swap into bombs, and importantly, torpedoes, because they hit under the water, to kind of do unique damage types. They can knock out propellers and that kind of things to really damage ships' movement. So that's kind of the whole ethos of it, is just take a step back and not just go, let's plunk some tanks in the water. Let's have a real think about how you can actually make that battle system more interesting.
Right.
I don't know that I like the fire arc thing for the Navy, though.
Of course, for the unit list, and we've seen the terrain. So Volume 1 of Pacific will include a campaign for the Allied, just the first part of the war. When is it going to release, David?
So first half of next year. There's one thing I forgot to mention as well. That terrain type is all good, but it's also available in the random maps and also available in the editor. So our fan base who really like using the custom editor can get straight in there and make their own Pacific maps as well.
Not quite sure whether the woman's there yet.
And, because we are Christmas and we're in
Good to have a
mood for
woman
presents,
sitting there, but didn't know if
what
there
about
was.
this thing we're seeing in the background there?
Yes. So eagle-eyed fans will have noticed on, I think, Friday, we
Budapest.
released a very quiet patch, which players can go and get now from the store or from wherever they bought the game from. So it's not only a kind of a standard patch which updates a few things, fixes a few bugs, it also introduces 3 new little gifts from Kerensky, who's the designer of the Axis Operations franchise, and he's basically been exploring what our editor can do, and he's adding a whole new kind of 3 new scenarios that's really kind of pushing the limits of what our editor can do. So there's one base at the end of the Battle of the Bulge, where you take control of the German elite panzers that have punched through and then found that all their mates have run away, trying to now make it back to German lines successfully. It's a really interesting challenge because the Allied forces that come to try and cut you off are kind of procedurally generated, but they don't always come in the same place. So it's a different challenge every time. There's one called Meridian, which is the British and Soviet forces meeting in the middle. And again, lots of attack waves are procedurally generated on that. And then one of Voronezh, where you're pushing forward as the Russians to kick the Germans out, and the Germans are counterattacking. And again, each playthrough, the Germans will attack you differently, which adds some real dynamic replayability to scenarios which maybe didn't have them before.
Right, so as every good proper exec in a serious gaming company would say in one of these presentations, these scenarios are available to play now. So you can go and play them. Stick with us though. There's a lot more in-house. Pacific is actually going into beta in now. Is it
early next year? But
early next year. So
now.
That's almost now. We're almost early next year now.
Go to slitherine.com community beta test. Sign up to the Panzer 2 Pacific beta, and we'll get you in early next year.
All right. So besides you, there's Annie Sims. She's assistant producer on Panzer Corps, and welcome, Annie. It's the first foray into the community for you. But
yes.
You're not here to talk about Panzer Corps. You're here to talk about Field of Glory 2.
That I am. So I'm very excited to announce our new DLC that's coming for that. It'll be the 3rd in the series for Field of Glory 2 Medieval. So it is entitled Storm of Arrows, and this one will be set during the 14th and 15th centuries. So previously we've sort of seen the dominance of the mounted knight all over European battlefields, but stepping into the 14th and 15th century, we had a lot more of the English massed longbowmen and dismounted foot soldiers, men-at-arms that sort of took back the battlefield right up into the introduction of the Swiss-style pike tactics. And that's what this DLC is all about.
Right, so we've got a video, I think, running on the background very soon. So we're sort of showing what it's all about. I guess the 100 Years of War in that period is one of fans' favorites. So can you tell us more about the content and what's going to be in the package?
Yeah, so I can tell you that it's definitely one of the 5 historical-based campaigns that we're covering, inspired by conflicts and figures of the era. So Henry of Trastamere, Sir John Hawkwood, the 100 Years' War. There's also going to be 8 scenarios, historic scenarios in there, so such as Laupen, Courtrai, Agincourt. So there's quite a few floating up. You can see the list of them up on the screen at the moment.
Like I was thinking.
We're also adding 45 new 14th and 15th century units, and also 96 new army lists, which does bring the total to 242 for all of the 40 factions and allies that are currently in the game if you own all of the DLC. So that's what, 300,000 permutations or something very close to that. So you're certainly not going to get bored.
Fun game.
It's interesting. I mean, of course, you've named the historical battles. I insisted to get Poitiers in, and RBS was totally against it. So that's going to be down to the fans to mod it and make it happen. That will happen like...
Got to do it for Marco.
Yeah, a day after release that will happen, I guess. Are we beta testing this right now?
We are. So if you want to be part of that beta test and help make this game better, you can go to the community tab on our website and sign up. So we are taking applications at the moment.
And, well, I
this
guess,
video makes it look bad. The graphics are better.
Mordante was the biggest fan of...
I think she's English by her accent.
He's got like
everything that's been published across the last 15 years. He probably wants to know when the game is releasing.
This one will be February 10th.
Well, yeah, I say the graphics look better in person.
It's pretty
the video is not showing it justice.
All right, yeah. And we are also running a tournament. Are we or are we not? What's the current stage of the tournament?
So, yeah, there is a tournament. It is starting this Thursday, the 16th. That is at 10 a.m. Greenwich time. So you can actually go and sign up for that one. Still up on our website. It is called Christmas in Constantinople. It's a great name. And it's going to be in 3 rounds of 14 days based on the Komnenos Emperor's reigns. So that's Alexios, John, and Manuel. So if you would like to be part of that, please go sign up on our website under the community tab and tournaments.
Awesome. It's unbelievable, the amount of content that's been released for Field of Glory over the years.
Thanks.
And the package is becoming huge, so it's
Richard has done some amazing work on it.
Yeah, it's and every time we try to sort of convince him to push the boundaries, and he's always doing it. So it's great. It's great to see those huge battles, and the community around it is amazing. It's one of the most longest standing franchises we've got, and very happy about it. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. I think next up on the stage in Epsom will be Mark Hardisty, talk about Valor and Victory. Thanks, David, for coming along, and Annie, it's been a pleasure seeing you. I think, are you coming back, David, or not?
You see me a bit, yes. I've got to get Mark in here first.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's invite Mark and cover Valor and Victory. Thank you for your time, guys, and I will see you later.
Ciao, Mark.
Farewell.
So you see, guys, how much stuff we're announcing. It's unbelievable, right? We're just an hour in, and we have already announced like 4 different things and 2 different release dates, and showed you quite a lot of interesting stuff that goes on top of actually announcing things. It's unbelievable that we've got so many games, and I think that one of the cool things about having such diversity in the catalog is that you really have something for everyone. So when we do tea time every week on Thursday, and by the way, this week we're doing it tomorrow because Thursday we've got internal meetings and such. But when we do tea time, we have like people asking on so many different games that you end up having to answer so many questions, and the tea time is half hour, and we could go on answering questions for a half hour without having to announce anything. So it's unbelievable. The amount of things that we could say every week is amazing. So Valor and Victory. Valor and Victory is a game we released this year. Let's see if Mark is already there or not. Hello, Mark. Welcome.
Hello, Mark. How
I
are you
think
doing?
you got my memo for the dress code.
Yes.
Welcome.
I don't do Christmas tops, I've got to say.
you refuse to do Christmas tops.
Outside of my house, anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Valor and Victory was a franchise release this year, and I am super proud of Valor and Victory and how it positioned itself, because I think it's a great mix of, it's a great balance between an approachable strategy game and a hardcore, war game. I can see it as being a sort of a bridge for the two, audiences, for both to enjoy. Can you tell us where Valor and Victory is after release and what we are having to expect for the franchise going forwards?
Yeah, sure. So Lance and the guys at Yobo Games have done a good job. We've got an update on the horizon. I mean, it was 6 months ago when we released the game. We've got an update coming early in the year, which basically brings in features that were in the board game but weren't in that initial release. So there's a number of features kind of coming, which means that the game...
Yeah, Valor and Victory, for those who don't know, is translation of a tabletop board game into the computer. So it's not trying to be all
Yeah,
technical advance kind of thing. Sort of a fast play
of different features going into the game with the next update.
Kind of game, and for what it's trying to do, I think it's doing it really well. Hello, Niagro. You're looking at Home of the Wargamers, Slytherin, announcing all their new and upcoming stuff, and I'm commenting on it. So that's what we're seeing here.
Go through some of the updates we've got.
Yes,
in the house.
I'm here, Niagara.
Yeah, it's very much like an advanced squad leader type game. So it's based on the board game Valor Victory. So here we have some off-board artillery shots being fired onto the units. Line of sight is required to actually take aim, and there's obviously drift possible when you actually target a unit. I don't know if you want to move on to the next one. Oh, got a kill there.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I think that this is showing some of the new features. Let's get on to the next one, and which is I believe it's about airstrikes, right?
Yeah, so similar to the off-board artillery, we have off-board airstrikes. So again, there's drift. So I think
very good. Very good. I don't try to get the highest ratings. I try to go for fun, but I've enjoyed Australia with Railway Empire myself.
Is all this feedback, is all this new stuff we're putting in a game based on players' feedback? Is it, was it planned already? How did that come to fruition?
Well, these are the features from the original board game that the team has sort of put in. So as I say, it's kind of now feature complete with the update that's coming in February.
All right. Okay. So we've got more updates here with the next image we're showing. We're showing something like more of a quality of life change for the game.
What have we got here?
There's messy stacks.
So here we have messy stacks. So it's something simple. In the original one, all the units were sort of stacked on top of each other. Now you can actually have an idea that there's multiple stacks in there. This is showing we have different.
Well, they're updating the game. The basic Valor Victory has been out for a while. I've been playing it. It's sort of a lot of short scenarios.
Sniper units and Valor.
And all that I've been playing has been, sort of Normandy and post-Normandy. I guess they're adding in Soviets. So yes, it is out on, I think Slytherin. I don't think it's out on Steam. I think it's just Slytherin. Though they will give you a Steam key once it goes, if it goes to Steam.
Yeah. So units can now have mortars, which allows you to do long-range attacks over and above what we used to do in the original game.
One of the things that's working very well for the game these days is tournaments, and we'll get back to that in a moment. But all these maps we're showing for the new features are not really the maps I used to see in the main game. Are these new maps? What's happening?
So that's right. So anybody who has played the original game knows that the maps so far have been Normandy. So we're quite excited to announce that there's a new DLC coming with this update in February, and that's the Battle of Stalingrad. And it's a big DLC upgrade. We've got 12 new maps, 12 new scenarios, various maps from Stalingrad, very industrial, linked with kind of multi-level snow scenes. It changes the gameplay because there's some kind of large factory areas where sort of battling internally. And alongside those 12 new scenarios, we have a whole new faction. So we have the Russian army and the whole swathe of units that kind of comes with that, both infantry and vehicles. So it's a big deal. So it's almost the same size as the original release. So it's a big one for us. hats off to Jim Orninsky from Sitrep podcast for helping design and kind of create some of this for Yobo Games and the guys.
Yeah, one of the things that we were, mentioning at the beginning
some of
is
the maps playing on War Thunder.
Valor and Victory is showing to have a very strong community of creators, with Steam Workshop and all the opportunities we've got.
Oh, it is on Steam, okay.
The game gives to create your own scenarios.
I don't
There's
remember.
quite a lot of movement around that.
Yeah. Yes, as you said, there's a game editor in there, and the new upgrade, the new update brings in new maps, new assets, new infantry that we can kind of create new maps with. Steam Workshop's there, so there's got a few new levels there, and we're always looking for more people to drop their own kind of creations into there. So there's a good community sort of building up around Valor and Victory.
Yeah, and playing the game a lot, going back to the game a lot. I think it's a pretty addictive game because games are kind of short enough that you want to play more and more and more. And especially the multiplayer is so much fun. And we don't want to stop here. I mean, we have big plans for Valor and Victory going forwards. We really believe this game has a bright future. So, what is going to happen next? Can you give us a bit of a hint?
Yes. So, as you can see on the screen next to Marco, the guys at Yobo Games have got a license for and
come on, say this
Count
name.
Grouper,
Yes.
Scherer, the Shield of Colm, which is it's quite a well-known ASL game. This is planned for May next year. This is going to be 15 scenarios. I mean, the original game comes with 2 huge maps. As you can see, the sort of the map there. There's a winter version of that as well, with sort of more destroyed buildings. It's kind of Eastern Front. There's the village of Colm is the Germans have sort of taken it, surrounded by the Russians, and it's sort of fought out over there for sort of over 15 scenarios. And again, shout out to Exadia and Le Frontier for sort of making this happen, really, and sort of letting the guys at Yobo Games sort of work with this. So yeah, this is a really exciting one to put in. There's probably a lot of people who sort of played this on the board game, so it's a chance of sort of doing it digitally now.
Yeah, and this is not the only thing you wanted to tell us, right?
No, and we have plans. We have an Arnhem DLC coming as well later in the year, so that's going to be sort of September, October. So it's very much looking at ahead and making sure there is a constant stream of DLC, and with new DLC comes new assets. You can create new maps, create new scenarios, and sort of pass them about.
What's the status?
So, yeah,
with,
very exciting for this.
What's the status with tournaments, Mark, right now?
We have a new tournament started about 5 minutes ago. So you were able to sign up, and it will start in about a week's time. So, if you're not playing Valor and Victory, it's a good time to sort of try it out, and over Christmas, try the tournament and see how it plays. And interestingly, if you, especially if you sort of played it, we have a beta open at the moment for the new update and the new Stalingrad DLC as well. So again, you're going to have to be quick. There are only a few places before Christmas, so jump on that. If you sort of check out the Matrix game site, you'll sort of see the beta selection there.
Yeah, despite me saying all the time that I don't want these events to become commercial, stunts, there is actually currently a sale on the Matrix and Slytherin side. This is our holiday sale that's traditional. We've been doing this for years now, from Thanksgiving to the first week of January. So if you go on the Matrix side, the games, you will probably find the game discounted. Well, for sure, find the game discounted there. So it's a good opportunity to grab it, play, and enjoy some multiplayer game. One of the cool things about
viewers out there, if you do know, you can get the stuff on, pay for it on Slytherin's website or Matrix website, and if it is a Steam game, you can get a Steam code. It'll get one automatically. You have to press a button, but get one. and have it in your Steam library. So if you want to do it that path instead to get a good discount, check that out.
Yeah, I normally play the tournament games, and I'm crap at these kind of things. So if you link up with me, you'll know you've got a good chance of winning.
That's good. So that's your hope for winning at least one match in the one game in the tournament. Mark, thank you very much for joining us. I'll see you later for other things, for other very big things. So I'll see you later. Thanks for joining. And I think David's going to be back on stage for the last time today in a moment for some big announcements. So. Hopefully, you're going to enjoy more
after a break. We're going to be doing some Battlesector. Yes.
Battlesector has been, as Ian said, the biggest launch we've ever had in a company, and I don't say only biggest in terms of number of copies, but also in terms of number of platforms and how many, the scope of the project and the overall investment in, making a game that's really going to appeal to a lot of people. So, I'm going to have David talk about where Battlesector is and where it's going to go in the next few months. David, are you already there? Do you still need some time? It's
I am here, Marco.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, come on.
I went to read Ian's email, and it says something about Christmas jumpers, and I found this.
You found this. Where did you find that?
Actually in the Games Workshop back lot.
Okay.
Warhammer down this.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. I don't know how what the result is on camera, but I hope the camera guy is not being blinded by your sweatshirt. I was saying about Battlesector being the biggest thing we've ever done. I think it's before we go into the game, I want to spend just a few words about Black Lab Games. And the best I already said during a recent tea time, Black Lab Games are an incredible team. They have been doing the most challenging things a developer could do. And I really want to, give a big praise to them. David, can you join me in that? What would you like to add?
Oh yeah, we never asked them to do anything easy. It seems that all the things we ask from Black Lab are hard and challenging and need thought and care.
They're the ones that do the Battlestar Galactica game as well.
Every single time they smash it clean out of the park into the river. They really are a delight to work with. And the thing is, I only get to speak to them like early morning because they're down in Perth, the second most remote city in the world. But still, it's a genuine pleasure.
Where are we with Battlesector right now?
So, literally, a patch came out 4 hours ago, which did not add a new faction. We are not that kind of people. But it did add a load of quality of life features, bug fixes, and also we started our new first tournament again at 10 o'clock this morning. So our first, the guys have integrated Slytherin's Battles tournament into the game. So there's live and asynchronous gameplay in Battlesector. So if you're on PC, you could have signed up to the tournament. So all the PC games on Slytherin Store, GOG, Epic, and Windows Store are all, and Steam, are all powered with Slytherin's asynchronous tournament technology. So there's people in there ready to exterminate each other right now. And if you're on the console, then you've got live head-to-head multiplayer to go and blat each other as well. It's great stuff. And that's it. Just a few weeks ago, we also, not only did we come out all these platforms and Game Pass, we also added our first 2 DLCs, or 2 Elites DLCs, to round out the rosters for Blood Angels and for Tyranids. So kind of add basically 2 units for each one's basically really iconic units we weren't able to add to the base game, but really want to get in there.
There's quite a lot of people out there who know why we are here.
Yep.
Is there a hint somewhere about this new faction?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This new faction we're announcing.
Yes.
So do you want to tell us, or do we?
put the screen up. Let's see what.
All right, let's pop the screen up. And 3, 2, 1. Boom. Hey.
Hey.
Here you go.
No surprise of anybody. It's the Necrons.
Is anyone surprised out there? Necrons. I think someone will be surprised, because when we sort of first thought about what was the next faction, you know, we had the Sisters of Battle in the game already, so it was going to be a low-hanging fruit to add a Sister of Battle faction, but we went for the Necrons. So not as obvious as it could be. So the Necrons are coming to Battlesector. When, how, what is it about?
So they're going to arrive early next year. They are a whole new faction. They have their own unique mechanics. They have their own play style. The endless march is coming to grind your face into the dust. There's 14 new units, including new leaders, new momentum mechanics, almost all of them with multiple loadouts. So seeing a few of the very pretty boys in front of us right now on the screens. They are from the lovely Zarakan dynasty of Necrons.
Are these screenshots, David? Are these screenshots?
They are screenshots straight from the game. They don't know pre-renders with Black Labs. This is just how the game looks. So yes, our lovely warriors of living metal with no souls but lots of desire to kill, which is pretty much perfect for the Warhammer universe, I think you'll agree. So they're all coming in with their own unique momentum mechanic that kind of rewards people stomping forward on an endless march. They're all made of living metal, and they have come with reanimation protocols as they would have on the tabletop, ready to either heal up wounds as if they didn't exist, or just come back from the dead, because who doesn't love zombie robots? They're great.
It's it's adding a whole new color to the game, right? You know, we will all
the colorblind among us is a challenge, but yes.
You know, one of the things that, hey, but Baal is all red. What are we gonna do for screenshots? Now we've got some variation here. That's definitely for sure. And you know, one of the things about faction DLCs, you know, it's not only going to come with only the faction. So what is it that we're going to deliver with this DLC and alongside the DLC as a free update as well?
Yeah, so I was going to kind of round for people who don't recognize the units on the screens there. You got some.
Yeah, let's go and look at these screens again to see the units. Let's glorify these screenshots. Let's go back to these.
Yeah, okay. So kind of give a few teasers. So this is kind of our group shot. So no points really for the Warhammer 40k fans on the chat have already guessed these. Death marks in the line there, and warriors and Canoptech spiders coming to feast on your flesh and turn it into living metal, because who doesn't want to? But also Scorpec destroyers, who are big wandering beasts who just want to destroy things because that's what they're called, and they've got very strong normative determinism. But also they will be bringing in lots of classic iconic Necron units like Overlords, who will be your kind of natural HQ units, things like Triarch, Praetorians to protect them, along and Lich Guards, all these basically classic units of the Necron forces.
Righty. You look at these.
And importantly, this will come out next year, and it'll be in closed beta in January, and you can right now go to Slytherin.com community beta test and sign up for the beta for the Necrons beta test, starting in early in the next year.
So before you said you were jumping back to the units, we were saying what is coming along with this DLC and alongside this. So I think
this is,
go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is kind of the key bit. As you said, we were looking originally at Battlesector, and Battlesector still coming. I will tell you now. But the problem with Battlesector is you can't really start fighting Blood Angels with them, because it's not really what the lore has. Usually they're friends, and we wanted to bring our first faction something new and something so everyone can fight everybody, because the whole point of Battlesector is fighting, not hugging. So what we're adding alongside the Necrons body is a brand new campaign type, as yet unnamed, but named very shortly. And importantly, this is kind of a new procedural campaign. So whereas in the base game you have the Age of Crimson Dawn kind of narrative structured campaign, very much about the scourging of Baal Secundus. Here we're going to a new setting, still with in the environs of Baal, where you got Necrons and Tyranids and Blood Angels all really getting quite upset about who owns this planet, and a whole new chance to kind of fight for each other and fight for resources or death or destruction or whichever you prefer. They don't really mind. So it'll be available with this update. It'll be free. If you have the Necron DLC, you can play as the Necrons. If you don't have the Necrons DLC, you can still play against the Necrons. They will happily murder you whether you own their DLC or not. And they're entirely fine.
Cool.
So basically, to wrap it up and to make it clear, the Necrons DLC will feature the Necrons faction, and the single-player campaign is free to play if you own the main game, and you can play against the Necrons in the main game.
Yes, exactly.
That is pretty cool. And again, this is in beta testing. You can start subscribing to the beta now, and you can also, and this is releasing early next year. So are you thinking this is going to come up in Q1? Is it Q1, Q2? When you think it's, what's your best guess?
Well, my guess is we'll start beta testing very early in January once people get back from Christmas. I'd expect Necrons to be available late Q1.
Late Q1. So that makes it, let's making it a new Field of Glory game, potentially a new Panzer Corps game, a new Battlesector game, and Distant Worlds 2, all coming in Q1 next year. So I don't think anyone's allowed to take any holiday in the first quarter of 2022.
You guys are going to be busy as well.
Yes. And well, considering what everyone else is releasing, Q1 2022 is it's probably going to be one of the busiest release timeframes ever for video games industry. So it's going to be a challenge for sure. But anyway, David, thank you very much. I think that was your last sweater, right? So you don't have any more shirts or sweaters?
I couldn't find anything more in the drawer. So yeah, this is all I can bring to the party, Mark. I'm afraid. That's sad to say, there is nothing more.
That's great. You can pass the word to Mark and have a change address for the next one, and we'll see what he comes up with. I'll be very disappointed if he doesn't change any shirt. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing all the news with us. It's been great to actually look into what we have in house for existing games, and it's not over yet. But in the meantime, I'll probably get back to the community lounge for a few minutes and drink some water. Be back here in just a few minutes. And thanks for following us so far.
Hello, guys. Thank you very much, Marco. We're back for a second round. And before we continue, I just want to remember that all the DLCs announced are available for wish list on our store or on another store, the one you prefer. So it's time to get back to business.
Yeah, let's pick another.
Yeah,
I think this one will be about Battlesector.
No, it's about Broken Arrow.
Okay.
And pre-order now for John Travolta DLC pack. Well, why not? Why not? Yeah.
It's a sponsored.
John Travolta
comment.
I like it very much. Let's go with another one. We only have 5 minutes, guys, so we have to run. And okay, it's a little bit creepy. If you like robots, beep you into complete submission by turn 27, this game is for you. And about Warhammer Gladius.
Well, actually, if you like robots, why don't you are playing now Warhammer 40,000 Gladius? That is a planet full of robots and still to be killed.
Okay, conscript about ICBM. A strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
This is a quote. This is a quote. This is not from his own. It's from Wargamer, the old Wargames, the old movie about the guy that actually inspired me to become what I am now, the PR for Slytherin, because I saw the movie and they said.
Okay, another one.
Hello, Sergeant Z-Dog. How you doing? Yes, you did. You missed that. What is coming is Necrons as a playable faction, as well as a new story that they're developing, new campaign. Sergeant Z Dog. That will be for Battlesector.
So that I can just skip ahead to when this releases.
And this is a common is a thing, because every time I see a new game, not only from Slytherin, but a new game that I want to play as soon as possible, I would like to jump on and go and play. But if it's smarter to see what games are around.
Hello, Rhaegar. How you doing?
Now, for example, now you can play.
Well, I'm doing very good. Looking forward to all the fun stuff I'll get to play.
Even on console, on Xbox is also on Game Pass. So you have the Game Pass. There is no reason why you shouldn't play it immediately.
Yeah, and Broken Arrow, it's gonna be an amazing game. So guys, trust me, just try it.
Keep waiting for.
All right. Okay, Order of Battle. If you like,
The graphics look good for them.
This game is for you.
Yeah, especially multiplayer, because I tried to do some tournaments in multiplayer, and again, I got beaten very badly. So you need to train a lot to understand the mechanics.
Yeah, what they said was they were looking for an opponent to the Blood Angels. So as opposed to something that was, sometimes at least a allied faction.
Another one about Gladius, finally a 4X game that does diplomacy.
Okay, Rhaegar, well, you better get to the shops then.
No diplomacy, you just destroy everything. Actually, it's not true, because when you start the game, you can choose, for example, we could play co-op against another one, but there is no diplomacy in game, so you have just to destroy everything you meet.
Okay, this one is for you. About Field of Glory 2.
Yeah.
Do you love TBS? Get it.
Yeah.
Do you love military history? Get it. Do you love your wife? Do not buy it.
Well, I love my wife, but actually I played a lot. Actually, it was the last review I did as a journalist on IGN Italy, the review about the Field of Glory Ancient, 2, because it's a game I really love.
Yeah, and sorry guys, we're running out of time, so the last one about Order of Battle.
Again?
I like it. Fun to play at work. I play at work too. Yeah.
We also play, but don't tell Marco, because he's our boss, so he could get angry. Don't tell him that we play at work, but actually we play every Slytherin games at work.
So guys, thank you.
Hey, so do I. I play Slytherin games at work. Hey,
I want to say
it's my work to play games.
The whole community for the support, and the sympathy you gave us back. And now the time has come. The things are about to get very serious, so let's get back to main stage. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. I never knew we were playing games at work. It's not something I was aware of, but I'll be taking care of that after this is finished. As you can see from from the logo behind me, we're as Francesco said, we're getting serious, because it's time to talk about Flashpoint campaigns. Now, Flashpoint campaigns is one of the longest-standing franchises in the wargaming history, and I have the pleasure to connect now with some of the longest-standing men in the wargaming industry, Robert Crandall. Hello, Rob.
How do I sound?
You sound very good. You sound very good. So great to see you, Rob.
I have a very festive shirt on, Marco. It's got a beautiful white and red logo for the season.
It's perfectly. You got my note, so it makes a lot of sense. So on target simulation, Rob, you are the. I keep forgetting what's your role in on target simulation. Is it like lead designer, founder, boss? What is it you do? Everything?
We do everything. I founded it 20 odd years ago. Recruited an amazing team over the years, and the reason it went 20 and counting is basically because I shared out creative control. And so when we meet every week, we're partners and we discuss things as equals, and we have a hoot. It's a lot of fun. The game's gotten a lot better because of it. And we're just started. Like, we're going to do this a long time.
It's been a long-standing franchise, but many of the people who are watching us today don't really know anything about Flashpoint campaigns. Maybe it's the first time they hear about it. So we have prepared a 2-minute video to sort of frame what Southern Storm, the upcoming release in the Flashpoint campaign series, is about, and then we'll be back talking about it with you.
Flashpoint Campaign's Southern Storm is an asynchronous We Go Turns wargame set in the 1980s Cold War era. You command a battalion force on large hex-based maps covering areas of southern Germany. The game features 25 scenarios and 4 detailed campaigns with forces ranging from the US, France, Canada, West Germany, Soviet Union, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia. You are in charge of hundreds of meticulously researched platforms and weapons, detailed orders of battle, realistic modeling of modern combat, including armor, infantry, helicopters, air power, and chemical and nuclear weapons. Terrain and weather conditions also play a significant part in your strategy, with real-world weather sourced from official real regional data. The user interface is designed to give a deep, immersive gaming experience. It allows you to design your own UI layout over multiple screens, extra-wide displays, or single monitors. Many panels are dockable, and their positions are saved for future games. Map and counter colors are fully customizable to better read markers and counters. A comprehensive unit dashboard allows you to review and edit waypoint order, view the status of every unit and subunits, as well as a wealth of other detailed information. Units' parameters such as readiness, ammo level, morale, and overall capability are constantly kept under control through the use of the status icons. These icons are both color and shape defined for quick recognition. The built-in game editors allow you to create or modify scenarios and campaigns on any game map. Editing tools provide a means to craft battle plans to add to scenarios to tailor the direction of the AI. Designed to be mod-friendly, the game allows you to edit or create game data, add new art, and new sounds. The Flashpoint Campaign's game system is used as a training and analytical software in professional.
Well, this is they're looking at a real-world maps.
Latest, most advanced commercial iteration.
Now, dynamic campaign as opposed to what you survive from one battle to the next. Now that I think is really good. But
Rob, how long have you been developing this game?
5 years, Marco. Before that, we had a game, Red Storm Campaigns, and that was 10 years. And then before that was Flashpoint Germany. We'll just keep doing it until we get it right.
I think you're doing very well, Rob. I think you're doing very, very well. I remember the previous Flashpoint campaigns released with the first command, you know, just maybe a few months later, the first command. And we're here to talk about the next one now, which is, we're going to tell a bit more about that later, which is imminent. You know, can you tell us, you know, about Southern Storm? You know, what is it that you're trying to achieve with this game, and you know, in the overall scheme of things, you know, where you come from, where you want it to be when it releases?
The premise of the game is that there was a NATO Warsaw Pact confrontation in the summer of 1989. And this would have been a high-speed, go-for-broke campaign by the Warsaw Pact. Just bang, just hits. No prizes for second place. It's got everything they could throw in on each side.
Sure thing, Sergeant Z-Dog. Good to have you stop by.
In charge of
have a good day, of course.
Trying to do your part. Most people, I would say, have a good sense of
these games, the Cold War games, all hit me close to home because that's when I was training with Army ROTC and whatnot, and thinking about, I may end up in these wars where World War II and other are more remote from me.
But then really bring in a
hey Garrett, how you doing? We're looking at Home of the Wargamers, which is live shows talking about upcoming games and DLCs from Slithering Games, and I'm commenting on it because I'm going to end up playing probably all of these, or most all of them, and probably showing up on the channel, so you can see what's coming.
are a lot of the information we display is we then created to explain, okay, why is it?
And we're looking currently at
why is this one shot
Flashpoint
happening now?
Southern Storm, which is a NATO era, NATO Warsaw Pact era game that's coming.
So you can explore. To start, though, it's a very simple game. You have units on the map, you click on them, you give them orders, you wait and see what happens. It's as you play and start to unravel, okay, well, why did this happen this way and not that way? That you start getting into this thing, and you start drilling down into reports and examining the encyclopedia and stuff, things like that, to see what's really going on. The other thing I think that goes to your question, Marco, is we made the interface really customizable. Started with a simple one. This is a basic Windows program.
What is WeGo? Well, WeGo is, the idea is that you set up what you give the orders to your units. Just referring to what's in the chat. You know, like this unit goes here, this unit goes there, and all that. And then you hit a button, and then they all go at the same time. And the enemy has also done that at the same time. So it's not turn-based in that I have a turn, then they have a turn. It's you have a turn, you set it up, and then both turns happen simultaneously. And so it's very interesting on how that works.
As you're ready for it.
So it's more realistic in that you issue orders.
One playing the game and the other one with all the windows open, what kind of information they need to display at that point, and I think that's what works best.
People play games very differently. You can talk to 10 Wargamers about what style of counter they like and get 11 answers. And so we said, well, we can't just have one. So we have a bunch.
So here we're seeing what's happening on the map, right? This is more like a map-specific video where we're showing, outside of the different windows and reports, what's happening on the map. So take us through that for a moment.
Since Roman times, the secret to ground combat has been using land effectively and the lay of the land and understanding how the terrain works for or against you. And so we put a host of tools in to help you visualize that. The base map is just a top-down view, and you can pick up the rivers
turns, and it was crazy trying to track enemy units move to somewhere you didn't think enemy would move. Yes, it can be. With computers, you can handle some of this stuff. It really is difficult in just on board, board game style.
You need to understand what can be seen and what can't be. So all of those tools are thrown in for when you need them. This part of it is showing more the relationship of the units to each other. So you can understand the relationship.
And because also you look at it when you normally do normal turn-based, you move one unit and it starts going across, and then it finds an enemy unit, and then you have another unit that hasn't moved yet and it's going to get to move its full movement, but now it knows where the enemy is, so you make the judgment. Where with the WeGo is you may not know what's on the other side of the hill or where the enemy is. So, but you need to, if you're going to have all your units move this turn, or any unit that you want to move in a turn, you send them moving all at the same time. You plan their movement, and they all go at the same time. And so, you may have a unit setting up, back somewhere over here as an overwatch, while other units are circling, are advancing through it, so that they'll give covering fire. So it is much more realistic, as Ian, who right there on the chat is. The CEO and I think major owner of Slytherin and Matrix.
Yeah, this is the counters. The counters thing. Yeah, the counters thing you were referring to. Having different colors of counters and having different, types of counters. Is it NATO counters? Is it like, what you want to display in the counters and such? It's just an incredible amount of variety there. And one of the cool things about Flashpoint campaigns series is that it's a game that happens as a WeGo game. And you know, I always found, as a marketing person, found very hard to explain to.
I played one of the Commando games.
What the WeGo system is. So because we have a video about order of movement,
I think I made some on it. It's a style. If you like that style of game, I think it's all right. There's a remastered version of it. If this is a Calypso. People that publish like Railway Empire and Tropico, I think you may be talking about.
Game clock
there, Garrett.
Each player puts in their orders, and then you start the clock and you watch.
I have a little bit of familiarity with it. It's all right. It's not my favorite type of game, but if you like it is sort of a story series of missions to go on kind of thing.
You can put in, say, an hour's worth of orders, even though you only have a 20-minute turn. And those orders will be remembered. And the unit, until it's ordered otherwise, will continue to execute on them. So you can set up quite a plan, hit go, and everything just then runs on its own until they run out of orders. The other thing is that the turn lengths for each side aren't necessarily the same length. Most games, of course, they are. You know, you move all your pieces, they stop, take turns doing things. With us, it's simultaneous movement. It's persistent orders. Games. And as the two sides become...
I don't know that company. I mean, because I was saying publish, because sometimes they're smaller developer shops that make it and then publish. Who publishes it? I know there's one Commando that is published by Calypso, spelled with a K instead of a C.
And if their readiness falls too far, my command cycle, my next turn,
well, I'm not sure on that.
45 minutes in the future instead of just 10 or 15 or 20. And you have to weigh that. And by resting your forces, you can shorten up your turn length again. So there's this dilemma that makes it really interesting to try and play and pull off a successful battle.
Okay, then I don't know. Sorry.
Here, it looks like we're creating a barrage order. Pardon me, Mark.
I don't know that.
Yeah, so it shows the range.
There's a lot of games I don't know.
Mortar unit, and okay. Well, what is the range of the mortars? Okay, well, there's a display for that. It showed you. You drop down these waypoints, and then you can drill in later and adjust the timings and all kinds of things like that. This final piece here is group movement. He alt-clicked on the headquarters unit. 3 other subordinates were also selected. He lays out a movement path. And then all of those units will follow it intelligently and in the correct order and so on, and then spread out at the end again.
This is sounding really good for this game.
That to help get people going again. Most games have 40, 50 units aside, which can be a lot when it's so data intensive. But by just commanding the headquarters like this, you can speed things up a lot.
Rob,
sure. No, do ask questions, because I may have, if I know anything, I'm glad to help out.
It's going to release now. Well, tell us something that's different from when it's done.
Oh, Marco, you're so funny. We are working extremely intensively on it. The more intense we get, the more things we find that still need adjusting. The good news is it went into beta a month ago. The new guys are really having a good time with it. They like it. There's a lot more to it than they expected. And they find the computer player is giving them a good run for the money. They are finding some things. And we do want to do another set of scenarios to ship with the game. So we're looking at the second quarter, and probably towards the end of the second quarter of this year. Or, I'm sorry, of next year. But yeah, if you just have to have your fix, we'll be looking for beta testers, I'm sure, between then and now.
That's great. So subscribe to beta, go on matrixgames.com/beta and subscribe to the beta. That's another one. Another opportunity we give you today to play games in advance. Thank you very much, Rob, for joining us today, for giving us a hint of what Flashpoint campaign Southern Storm will be. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people out there were waiting for this moment for a long time. So thank you for joining us from Canada, from across the pond, and I'm sure we'll be having you back in the near future to talk more about Flashpoint campaigns.
Thank you, Marco.
Guys, I think this is, I mean, Flashpoint campaigns, remember, this is one of the games that are being used professionally, both by the Ministry of Defense in UK and the Marine Corps in the US. So it's kind of, you see the complexity and you see why the complexity is so deep, and it's such an important thing, part of the experience. But don't feel, you know, put out. It's a game that's really fun to play. So make sure you give it a try, or give it a look at some of the videos online. There's quite a lot of Flashpoint campaign stuff, because you'll be surprised. Right, so before we move to the sort of even more interesting part, you know, if anything, you know, this was partially due to the fact that, you know, what we've talked about so far was about already released game or stuff that we already announced. We're moving to unannounced things in a few minutes. Before we get to that, I'll get to drink some water. We're going back to Community Lounge for a few minutes, where Alberto and Giulia will be doing some community interaction, and we'll be back soon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi guys, how are you? Are you enjoying? I'm Giulia, new e-commerce manager.
I'm Alberto.
You already know him, I guess.
I think so.
I hope so. Okay,
Not sure.
so we have finally started this Home of Wargamers Live. We have waited for it for so long, but finally it has come, and you are enjoying it really much. Or well, we are reading your comments, and it seems so. So we hope that you are enjoying really as it seems. For example, MD1762004 at the first beginning of the show said that the music make it epic. Do you agree?
If I remember correctly, one compared to the Jurassic Park music,
Yeah,
which I personally agree.
It was more Dante who said, reminds me of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, more
Yes.
Dante, by the way, is Marco's #1 fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are so many familiar faces in the community, as well as many new faces. We're really happy to have you here today, guys.
Yeah, and Pocus FR also said Marco is a Christmas bonus. And
yeah,
so
he is.
maybe he's a new fan of Marco.
Hello, Pocus.
Yeah, go. And we had other interesting comments at the beginning. For example, Good Wargamers will tell a story within the context of the battles. We were talking about the story.
Yeah, storyline is important in wargaming and strategy games in general, I think. For instance, the Decisive Campaign series does it really well.
Yeah.
Battlesector Galactica Deadlock does it really well, so it's super important.
Yeah. But speaking again about music, I read an interesting comment regarding Starship Troopers.
Yes.
It was made by a coined name, and he said, audio is something that makes or breaks a game for me. It can be the most beautiful game ever, but if it doesn't have great music or impactful sounds, that takes it down a couple notches. Do you agree?
I completely agree,
Yeah. Me too.
Audio and sound and music really makes a game. So many classics from the 90s or the 2000s have such great soundtracks. I'm thinking, for instance, I don't know, Monkey Island, Wing Commander, stuff like that. Some of our games as well, for instance, as I already mentioned, Battlestar Galactica Deadlock has a fantastic soundtrack from Ash Gibson Grigg. The Starship Troopers soundtrack will be amazing, as you've already seen, and that's why we wanted to show it to you guys today, because we're pretty confident it will be amazing.
Yeah. And then we get to Panzer Corps 2.
Yes.
For example, B. Whitley said, the Spanish Civil War was fun, but it was annoying using the old tech, lol.
Well, I mean, it comes down to taste, I think. The Spanish Civil War DLC is set before World War II, as well as all the other mini DLCs. So you get to use original units from the era, from the late 30s. It's really a different technology set. It's perfect. Personally, I love it, and so many others love it, but it comes down to taste. It's subjective.
But also Satarello said that it's going to be an epic DLC.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty sure it will be.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
first
sure
time Panzer Corps goes to the Pacific, it's going to be amazing.
Yes, I think so. Then we came to Valor and Victory.
Yes.
Yes, and we have other amazing comments, like Lone Striker, who says, okay, this is making the game interesting.
Yeah.
And
Perfectly
then Lancer34 said, looks like a lighter version of Lock and Load Tactical, but the game does look good.
Yeah, I agree.
We agree.
You know, as far as war games go, Valor and Victory.
Hey, Lancer's getting a mention too.
It's an innovative design, and it's very slick in general, so great job, dads.
Yeah, yes. And then Battlesector.
Yes. My favorite.
Yeah,
well, not my
Necros
favorite, but I really
joined.
love it, yeah.
Me too. I just joined the team, but I love Battlesector too. And I'm so happy that Necrons joined the battle finally. We have them. And we have other amazing comments that makes us sure that also our followers are loving them. For example, I'm going to search an interesting one. Heli Humper 117 said, "For the Emperor."
Of course.
Of course.
Well, I mean, the Necrons aren't really for the Emperor, but yeah, why not?
And then Jika Badoon says, "Now that's a jumper found in a tomb world somewhere."
Yeah. I agree.
We agree. We don't know where that jumper comes from. Then we also have other comics. For example, it's obvious due to Sororitas ITM mostly against Necrons plus 9th edition, opening with Sororitas and Primaris versus Necrons. So Sororitas versus Necrons was to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, as people already know, we already have some sister battle units. But, you know, to be honest, our opinion was that we needed a third faction that isn't Imperium-based, because right now the only opponent is the Tyranids. So we wanted someone outside of the Imperium, someone that could face the Blood Angels.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Then we have Axi Gadur saying, "Looking good indeed." In fact, Satarel again.
Ooh.
They are looking like 3D models of the board table.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're based on them, so off them.
Yes. Then we went on, and some of our follower is complaining because he will not have holidays. Campaign Series Legion is saying no holidays for me. I'm sorry, my sweater maybe is not so appropriate in this case. Sorry. Then we had so many comments about Broken Arrow.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Guys, you have to wait till 5:30, but we will speak about it.
Yeah, we have a lot of comments. So don't go anywhere.
No, don't go anywhere. For example, Jarv Melia said, "Broken Arrow boy." Eto Vutia said, "Broken Arrow, Broken Arrow." And then Necrosmas. "Let's go, Broken Arrow gameplay hype." Wild Hacks, "Go show gameplay Broken Arrow." And then a word that we can't repeat in live.
Let's censor that.
Yes, but so we have so many excitement about this game, so we are really happy. But also we have spoken about Distant World 2.
Yeah.
We have a release date finally.
Yeah.
And for
people have been waiting for it for years now, so they can't wait.
No, in fact, Paul the Wolf said, "Distant World release date, yes. Or, one of our followers said that Marco has mastered teletransportation because at the beginning he changed room. So good job, Marco. And then Panthom says that he is going to book 2 weeks of work for that, for Distant World release. I think
that's real dedication.
Yeah.
I applaud that.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe your boss won't, but
we don't know that. So we are. Someone get David a Santa's weather. Someone says also.
Well, I got the Necros one instead.
Yes.
That's better.
Yes. And let's talk more about Starship Troopers, because we have also other comments, exception made for the one we already mentioned about the music. For example, Oh, I wonder how. No, sorry, this was a bad comment about the video, so I can't report it. Sorry. For example, it's nice when you know people who also love the IP are working on it, but put that TLC into something to make it as special as it should be.
Yeah, I think they're referring to Lucas wearing the mobile
uniform.
Infantry uniform
Yes.
and armor. Yeah.
Yes.
he really looks great in it.
Yes, pretty cool. Wow. And but what are your thoughts about the games that we have already seen? I'm curious.
Well, it's all positive. I love it. I'm really eager to see what 2022 brings to us.
Yes.
We have seen so much awesome and cool stuff today, so it's kind of overwhelming, really. And we are not even there yet because we have even bigger announcements to come. So
yes, and we are so excited.
Yeah.
Not only for Broken Arrow, we have many other big announcements, and so you have to stay there. Oh, Joke83 says that Fireplace is out of control.
Yeah,
I don't know
it kind of is. To be honest, it's super hot here.
Yeah, it's really hot, but I assure you that it's under our control. Don't worry for us.
Yeah.
Oh, and Lancer34 is saying, damn, that is a lot of games.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of games, we know. Thank you.
We know.
Oh, and one of our followers is saying about, I think, Flashpoint campaigns.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that this is out now, so I can finally talk about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some people kind of knew, I guess. But,
I don't
it was kind of unofficial.
But we appreciate you kept the secret. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Yes. Oh, and I'm seeing if we have other interesting comments. Oh, someone is saying, looks like it's got a bit too hot for Alberto.
Oh my God,
He was understanding that the fireplace is hot.
Between that and the lights, it's crazy.
Yes, it
it's been burning all afternoon, so it's really hot now.
Yes, and I don't know, can you say something about the Necrons that we don't know, for example, that they didn't talk about?
Well, if I say too much, Games Workshop would kill me, so I'd rather really not to. But there are some really cool units there. We only shown a few today because the models are being worked on right now, and we can't
yes, they're
wait
stalling
to show
now.
more
Something
of the
must
Necrons,
be not working right.
As soon as we come back in January.
Yes.
Probably in January, as well as the new campaign mode. The two things go well together because you can't play as the Necrons in the new campaign mode.
Yes.
You don't need to own the Necrons to play the new campaign though, so that's not needed. But of course, if you want more diversity, if you want more variety, if you want to be able to lead the Necrons into battle, yeah, you need to own the DLC.
Yeah. So you have to wishlist it.
Yeah.
You must.
Yeah.
And I think that you should stay there because we are going to have many other announcements. And we will also come back later.
Yes.
So you will see us again if you enjoyed this little part. And so what can we say?
See you later.
See you later, guys, and enjoy the rest of our Live Plus Winter Edition. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's see what is coming next for Slytherin. These are the unannounced games. Okay. On a sub, modern one. Rather modern one, I would say. At least by the instrumentation. You didn't see that stuff back in the 80s, trust me. Not on a sub. The screens are pretty up to date. You got to realize, to some degree, with military stuff, you don't want things that are fiddly and able to break. So its hardware's a little more clunky than what you might see. At least that's my opinion. And obviously, this drone is from the 2000s. You go back and look at a ship in a submarine in the 80s. You'll find a few monitors, yes, but a lot of their instrumentation is physical instrumentation, not on a screen. Those ships are also fairly modern, low visibility ships, meaning the radar return element is low visibility. Again, you wouldn't find that in any ship in the 80s. Though that's Soviet, could be a Soviet. I mean, it says Russia, modern Russian markings on it, but that could be a Soviet era. I forget what helicopter that is. Command Modern Operations 2, maybe. Somebody's suggesting. Kamov? Yeah, probably. I just didn't keep up with the all the Soviet naval helicopters, because that's a naval helicopter, I do believe, and not what you're like a Hind or a Hip, as I would call them from my days. Now that's a drone helicopter, I do believe, and not a manned one. Modern naval warfare. Okay.
Did I lie when I said something big was going to come, and it's just the beginning? Modern naval warfare now officially announced. I'm here with Yanis and Dimitris Maslarinos, aka the Maslas Bros.
Exactly.
Yes. The creators of this wonderful simulation. Yanis, Dimitris, welcome to our stage. Well, we haven't had the opportunity to have the British people here, but luckily European laws still allow for within European travel.
And so we came here and we don't have to change shirt like David every 5 seconds.
Exactly. We don't have to call David and change shirts. So thanks for coming over, guys. This trailer looks amazing. Every time we watch it, we see like how great an experience it's trying to create. But can you tell us, first of all, what is modern naval warfare?
Modern naval warfare is hardcore submarine simulation, at first, at least. Probably we expand it in the future. And we aim to simulate as much as possible the operation of a modern submarine in the
Ian saying is the date and star time correct in the game. Oh, interesting.
Submarine simulations we haven't seen for a quite long time now. So it's been a long time since we had anything like that.
Yeah, something like 70 years.
70 years, yeah. That's quite an untapped market here. But I think that what we're trying to create is not only a submarine simulator here. We've seen from the trailer there's a lot more happening. What is it that that this grand scope of the game is about? Is modern naval warfare.
The scope, yes, the truth is really big. We try to model the whole world, we try to model underwater operations, we try to model surface operations, which at first it will be against you. Usually we try to model how modern sensors or weapons operate and even how civilian traffic behaves with all these vessels moving around.
So the word is realism, right? You know,
yes.
I guess that's the...
yes, that's the main point.
That's the main point. We have one first video I'd like to start from.
Okay.
The first video we are going to show you is an overview of the control room. First of all, you said submarine simulator.
Yes.
There's many submarines, so this is a nuclear submarine. What type of submarine is it?
It's the US Navy Virginia class attack sub. Actually, we don't model the whole range. At first, we model only blocks 1 through 4. And there are slight details on each version. That's what we see here is block 1. And block 5 and block 6 are not out yet. We hope later on when they are released and we find what the technical differences, we can add them also.
So this is what we're seeing here is, you know, actually everything you see is interactive, right?
90%, yes. We don't simulate the valves, but everything else, everything operational-wise, yes, it is clickable. Now we are at the helm of the station, the pilot station, as they call it nowadays, where you control the submarine, you give commands. We see the command console, it's where the captain sits. Some interfaces are up, the radar screen, for example, here. And now we move to the sonar sack. It's the left side of the control room. We can see how several sensors, sonar sensors are operating. And that displays what replaced the old periscope the old submarines used to have. It's called the photonics mast.
Yeah, they no longer use a
outside the submarine now?
parallax
Yes,
glass thing to do periscopes. It's now a video, if you will.
And
with different modes, like thermal and things like that.
That's the outside of our submarine. Surface, of course, we put much detail on the civilian traffic because in past simulations the world was empty, but we gathered the GIS data that fills the world with real world traffic and ships.
One of the things you were mentioning earlier was that, you know, everything about submarine is about sound. So, you know, you took a lot of care about, you know, modeling the sound system in a game.
Yes, extremely long time we spent on that. We modeled the whole sea environment. We gathered a lot of real-world data, GIS data concerning sea salinity, temperatures on different areas of the world. And different depths at different times of the year. And we add all this together along with the ground and the elevation maps. And all this produce a complex model of how sound travels underwater. Because sonar is the main sensor of the submarine.
Sound is effectively, you know, what is the most important part, you know, of the game. So when you say about civilian traffic, for instance, that's impacting sound.
Of course,
you know, everything is impacting the sound. So sea salinity,
even
all that
the
kind of stuff.
weather conditions, sea state, everything has an impact against the sound and what you hear on the sonar system. Yeah.
And that's impacting realism, as we said.
Yes,
obviously.
Yes.
So. You know, you mentioned realism. We looked at the inside of the submarine. We were talking about, you know, how the game is played. So that every station is playable.
Yes.
How does it work with actual gameplay?
There are different ways to play the game. One of it is that you are the captain. Usually the captain doesn't man any station at all. So what the captain does is give commands left and right. In this mode, what you actually do is you let the AI handle each station and you take the strategic choices or the tactical choices. The other way is that you can actually man one or more than one station and play the game from there. So you can actually do the sonar tracking, you can try to classify yourself the contacts and then move to the fire control station, create a fire control solution, then move to the weapon station, launch the weapon, control it to the target, and so on and so forth.
well, the 3D model we've seen before was screaming VR. You know, is that part of the game, right?
Yes, it is, especially when you play the captain side. Because if you are on a screen on a single station, there's no much point there. But as a captain, yes, you can look around, look at the station you wish to address another, given a command to. Sorry, so look at the station, say do that and that, and go on with your life looking somewhere else.
That's really cool. As you talk about realism, you know, realism is not only happening inside the submarine, but it's also happening outside the submarine. There's a lot of research going into that as well. So the next clip is about actually, you know, going out there and seeing what's happening outside of the submarine. So you tell us a bit more about it whilst it plays.
Okay, we've got our submarine. It's somewhere outside the Philippine Island at the moment. We'll run a little bit faster the time, so we can see how a day progresses. We can see the stars moving. Their locations are real world and accurate, which means that if you select a location on the planet, select the date and time, you get the accurate position of stars and the moon. And apart from the night time lighting, all the lights on the ships observe normal maritime laws. So lights usually are as they're supposed to be. I think the video started again.
The video started again, I said. Yeah.
Oh, that's not a problem.
It's not a problem. We can stay here for quite a long time, so it's not a problem. They came all the way from Greece, so
yeah.
Saying about the whole idea and the whole thing about the environment is that the player is actually on the real coordinates of a real world system. When you choose on your mission to put your ship, the coordinates are exactly the same as it would be in the real world. So that's what he was saying, that the stars and the sun are positioned in the correct position, regarding the time. So if you move your ship to another coordinated system, you're going to see the stars and the whole world different.
One of the things that you've also modeled is exact, you know, landscape and sea. So it's you don't do the whole world, but it's a pretty chunky part of the planet.
Yes, we've got at the moment our first map that we're going to release. It's the South China Sea. It's 1,200 by 1,200.
South China Sea, okay.
100 kilometers by 1,000.
Flashpoint currently.
It's a pretty
4
big
submarines.
Stuff. And we model the whole underwater environment completely. So if there's rock where you are at the moment on the bottom, you can see rock.
There's action going on there, I believe, as I speak.
If there are trees,
not necessarily. Well, maybe shooting.
The trees in our simulation also.
Because I know India has been looking at some Chinese flag vessels doing illegal things fishing-wise in or near or in the Indian Ocean. So
it makes for a huge.
I don't know if India is apprehending the ship.
Streamers or YouTubers out there is willing to run their ship from the bottom to the top of the map, how long they will take?
Have to calculate that, but let's say for the max speed of the submarine around 30 knots, it will take.
Nuclear submarine.
Yeah, it will take something like 40 hours, 2 days.
Okay, 2 days, not bad. We could run a marathon for that.
Yeah.
that'd be cool. Well, we've seen the tech, a little bit of the tech and the research you've put in the game. What about gameplay? You know, how will the game unfold in the player's hands?
Okay, first of all, we've got a huge range of missions. The missions range from simple chase the enemy down and kill him, sink him, or whatever, or her, to surveillance missions, to track missions, to insert special forces missions. And you are going to be in command either on a campaign or a single mission. Well, the video started right now. We saw here deployment of weapons, in this case, and
shooting stuff.
Yeah, the fun part.
Fun part. Yeah.
Yes.
What are we shooting now? What is happening here?
We are opening our bay doors for the vertical launcher doors, and we're shooting some Tomahawk anti-ship missiles in this case. 3 of those. This particular block has 12 of these bay doors and 12 missiles, along with torpedoes and mines and other weapons, of course. Yes, it jettisons the booster part and opens the wings, and it starts the jet engine as a small jet aircraft.
Which is part of the realism, all the stages of the cruise missile
are modeled
and reproduced in front of you.
What is so missile is now looking for a prey?
Yes. At the same time, we've got a harpoon. It's launched by us also, but it did a little earlier. And we've got a couple of torpedoes chasing a poor destroyer, which is hit.
Are we hitting our own friends?
Yeah, it's for good reason.
Okay.
In this case, it's for demonstration purposes. I don't think they'll mind if they are saved.
Okay, so here is our target.
Yes.
So we're looking for an environmental disaster here.
Yeah, something like that. As I told before, it's nuclear submarines and weapons of destruction. I don't think we get any ecological awards with this game.
Yeah. So here's our missile trying to look at the target.
It turns on its last turn.
Yeah.
Our target is at the end. It got already hit by one of the earlier missiles, and then it's homing in. At this point, its radar is actually working. It's really tracking the submarine. The ship. Yeah. If something happened, or it was a military vessel and it tried to spoof the missile, it might miss. But this oil carrier has no hope.
Okay. Here you go. Goodbye ship, and goodbye all the fish in the area.
Yeah.
And one of the things, talking about realism, guys, I'm pushing very hard on this because, it screams for, investigating more, doing your own research yourself, but you've got a pretty big community helping you creating a realistic game. So can you tell us a bit more about,
There's a really good sub-channel on YouTube that I watch for news on some of this topics.
Thankfully, our community is
see if I can
big
get
for such a niche product, at least, and very, very helpful. We've got a lot of pros.
If you're interested, Subbrief, that's it. I wanted to make sure I got the name right. Subbrief, really good.
Some active, some on reserve, some veterans, and a lot of
if you're interested in
from all over the world.
Submarine stuff.
They've helped us a lot in order to push the envelope, and we're very proud to say that there are a lot of days that they look pretty amazed with what we did, and we are very proud of it.
I think, this game is not being announced or seen for the first time publicly. It's the first time, but you've shown it for the first time in Stafford back in, was it October or September?
Yes,
to some military professionals, and I have to say they were really blown away by the quality of what you're doing.
That's what we heard.
Yeah, to be honest, they are professionals, so we saw it. You don't get any claps because it's business for them. But afterwards, we got very, very, very welcome, and they were impressed with what we did. It is supposed to be the pro version of the product, but the difference is the trailer is similar. So we got even more proud for that.
That's great. Yeah, I mean they don't clap, but they smile sometimes.
Yes, something like that. Yeah.
So
and the best question is, could I play that on my home computer? Yeah. Which means that they do like it.
They do like
yeah.
it.
What do I need to play this game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, a question I have to ask. How far are you into development, and what are you thinking for a release date?
Okay. Let's take a step back. We've been researching the whole thing for 3 years, and that's because we never got a replacement for our old modern submarine simulation game. After that, we have been working on that extensively for the best part of the 2 years, of the previous 2 years, and now we are 2/3 in the way to finishing. We hope to release by third, fourth quarter next year.
All right, so it's going to happen in 2022, hopefully.
Yes.
Guys, thanks for joining us. It's impressive what you're doing. I have to say that every time I see a new bit of the game, I am amazed by the amount of detail you put into this, and it shows you the passion you're putting into it. So that's great. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure is all ours.
And well, guys, this was the first announcement of the day. We are going to, have more, of course, and we have, of course, Stargate coming in a few minutes as well. There's Broken Arrow gameplay being shown, but before we get to that, I want to put a new game on the map for you. This game to introduce this game called Headquarters World War II. I am going to need a help.
Headquarters World War II.
Hardisty again, our World War II expert or hexpert, as it were, from Epsom. Hello, Mark. You didn't change
Hello
your shirt.
again, Marco.
You didn't change your shirt.
I didn't know. I've got to say, because I don't wear Christmas shirts, I did actually take my jumper off. But because I have another announcement as well, it would have meant I'd have been topless by the end. So
okay, so you'll be topless anyway, but in the next one.
Possibly.
That's going to be interesting. So, as I said, I'm needing your help here, Mark, for announcing Headquarters World War II. This is a game we want to put in people's mind, where we don't have like fancy trailers or anything that comes with it, but we have a lot of visuals to show. Headquarters World War II is the next generation of turn-based tactical war game at Slytherin, and we're extremely proud to work with Starny Games on this product, using cutting-edge technology, super cool-looking stuff. So, tell us what is it all about, and we'll after that we'll jump into some visuals.
Yeah, well, it's turn-based. It's kind of more standard Slytherin type gameplay. We sort of say it's easy to play, hard to master. There's a lot going on under the bonnet. Very sort of detailed routines going on, sort of working out what's there. So it's quite narrative driven. For example, we have a ex-military writer, published writer called Robert Lofthouse, who we brought on to help with the dialogue and just keeping it authentic. It's the Normandy landings, it's D-Day. It's played from 3 perspectives. So we have a British campaign, a US campaign, and a German campaign as well. And as you can imagine, with everything that's going on at that point, they are very different.
The headquarters simulator?
Campaign objectives that you have.
I said hex, man. I don't know.
The German ones, almost on retreat that you're playing. So yeah, there are 3 campaigns, roughly sort of 9 or 10 levels per campaign. Alongside there, we have skirmish and multiplayer, and there'll be the usual sort of play-by-email turn-based tournaments that we get going. It looks very pretty. It's not hex. It's grid-based. It's looking very pretty at the moment. We have sort of top-down gameplay, but we also sort of can drop into a free camera, and some of the vistas that we get within the game when the developers are sending over new builds. It's great because a new level means that I spend sort of 20-25 minutes just trundling about in a tank, taking a look at some pretty scenery, really. So it's looking very nice.
Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at just a short clip.
I think we have something to show, don't we?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the scenery here. The first little clip about this is all captured within the game, and with a free camera, so no pre-rendered anything. But let us take a look at this first clip.
Yeah, so this is a port environment that we have. So yeah, this is all in-game stuff. We have
ports.
animals. We have pigs in trucks. We have pigs, cows, and chickens so far, which are having their own dynamics applied to them. So as you can see, it's a really rich environment. I mean, it's looking absolutely gorgeous. This is the environment we're playing in. In some ways, especially later.
World War II farming simulator.
Things are destructible within the.
How to save your cows from a mortar barrage. That's hexaboost.
Yeah, the engine here we are using is Unreal 5 and Unreal 5. And,
he's quite funny.
You know, the goal we are having here is really to up the leveling graphics so that a lot more players are interested in, you know, checking it out. But also, it's not only for being pretty. You know, as you were saying, most of this stuff is pretty and is also interactive, as it were. So you can actually interact with the environment. We've got a second clip showing some destructible elements coming up.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are buildings that you can put infantry in. There are walls and fences that obviously give cover, and depending on the angle that are being attacked, will give sort of different cover. But yeah, it's all destructible, the buildings and the sort of cover. So I think we see the sort of sandbanks being smashed. There's a lot of wall action going on here.
It's all in engine, all in game. These clips are done for actually testing out stuff. So you actually see, you know, this truck, this tank coming up.
War Thunder.
This one is touching slightly on the side and destroying a little house. So it's kind of doing a lot of experimenting with how destructible elements are. And what do you do when you destroy elements? You know, what is it made for?
Well, I mean, for example, if you have a unit, some infantry in a house, obviously they've got good cover. If you are attacking them, firing a large gun at them, that house will slowly turn into rubble, and the cover will slowly sort of break down. And it's for them to either remain there or to sort of move to more cover. The levels look really pretty, and because authentically, a lot of this would have been bombed before the battles are actually taking place. So the designers, through the next phase of the level design, they're basically going in and bombing these lovely sort of farmhouses and lovely sort of towns and villages. So when you actually come, it will be that authentic, slightly bombed out, you know, smoke coming from buildings already. So there'll be a variety of sort of different buildings, some destroyed, some not destroyed. So the various cover will be present.
The game is I often call it some sort of Battlesector, but in a historical setting because of the similarities between the two products. So in terms of forces you're going to control, of course, in World War II. So what is it that you're going to control within the game?
Yeah, so it's everywhere from kind of, you know, we have because you've got kind of the three factions. You've got kind of
Battlesector,
British,
World War II.
the US.
I'm understanding a little better what this is.
Standard kind of infantry, artillery, your sort of tanks and transporters. Again, all authentic for those factions that you'll be sort of controlling across there. Yeah, so I mean, you know, it's, you know, I don't want to say it's your standard World War II D-Day units that you'll be getting, but obviously rendered very prettily.
Let's take a look at some of the tanks in action. It's pretty going to look pretty cool. That's also going to allow us to look at some of the damage system that we've got in place. Again, some testing on how they behave.
So various units. I mean, a tank will have a crew, so it can anywhere from sort of 3 to 5 people within the tank, and sort of tank armor is sort of accurately sort of modelled. So firing from above, as doing there, will have a easier chance of penetrating. And the damage, you can lose crew members. So, for example, if your driver's killed, it doesn't render the tank undrivable, but your movement will reduce accordingly. You know, if your gunner is killed, then you might change from sort of 2 attacks per turn to 1 attack per turn.
You've got some pretty good model there.
Yeah, a lot of very pretty tank-on-tank action. Again, this is all, you know, all within the engine. Within the game, you'll have the option of having sort of these kind of cinematics switched on. So when you are actually fighting, we'll have some kind of cuts, just very short cutscenes like this to sort of show you know, units spotted, units attacking you attacking units as well.
And also take the opportunity to look at some more nice looking sceneries there. Someone was mentioning earlier on in the chat, in the comments, you know, that something was looking sexy. I think that if you like tanks, then there's a lot to be excited about here. But it's also, you know, it's not only about how pretty it is, but we're really trying to model a combat system that you know,
reminds me of what you do. Yes, Ragnar. It's sort of a. I don't know if you've seen the Battlesector. He's sort of explaining it's sort of a strategy version, as opposed to a first-person version of what we do on Sunday with War Thunder. It's looking like, at least.
And we want it to be a nice game to play. Mark, you know, one thing I wanted to just focus on for a second is, you know, is the title, Headquarters. You know, we call this game Headquarters, this franchise Headquarters, for a reason, and I'd like to dive a little bit deeper into that. Why did we call it that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of the game is the tactical warfare on the battlefield, but there's a lot of army management that can go on as well in between the various sort of scenarios and the campaigns. So you take units from mission to mission. They will upgrade as you go along. They will each unit can have a different amount of skills that you can assign. So units will have different skills, like the same tank could be given different skills. You have hero characters that you can add in to units as well, and assign, you know, the sort of Michael Whitmans to your sort of German tank, for example. And these are kind of carried through. And on the headquarters screen in between the levels, there's some sort of powerful sort of management that you can do with kind of removing, changing, swapping sort of characters around as you move forward.
Well, one of the things that is vital here is that, you know, this headquarters sort of element, this management element, sort of adds a little bit of an RPG, you know, layer to the game, to the campaign. But also, you mentioned at the beginning that you know, the game is narrative-driven. This is the first time we actually do a narrative-driven World War II game. A little bit of a, you know, challenge for us. And you know, we've got, as you said, on board some, you know, pretty good writer to help us with dialogues and characters and characterization, which is very important. So it's not only about the fight, right? It's not only about the pretty sceneries and the turn-based battles, but there's a lot more that's going to happen around this game. So I'm you know, where are we with development? What are we going to do in the next few months for the game, and when is the game going to release?
So hopefully the beta will be in Q2 of next year, and we're looking for a kind of a Q3 September 2022, and we're also looking at console, Steam Deck, for probably late 2022, early 23, which sounds a very, very, very long way away. But yeah, so this is moving to console as well.
Yeah, the game system, as I said, is trying to sort of bring a historical flavor to some pretty solid, combat gameplay systems we've built over the years. So we've got kind of an experience in that, and we know that this is going to be our big challenge, to bring these systems to a much wider audience. And thanks to Starny Games doing an excellent job in bringing that flavor to some existing gameplay models that we built over the years. Mark, thank you very much for joining us. You've been great. Great to talk to you. This is not last time I see you today, right?
I'm hoping that I won't be topless for the next one.
All right. No, because it's a pretty important one. This is Mark is going to come back at the end of the show for, I would say, the big announcement of the day. We have something super cool to excite you with, and so thank you very much for the moment. Next up, we have we're going back to the community lounge for a few minutes in a few moments. After that, we will have the gameplay reveal of Stargate. The gameplay reveal of Stargate will feature actual gameplay for the first time.
They said there's going to be 4 new games announced in one of the things. Only seen 2.
SU1 storyline, and we'll have Neil McKenna joining us to talk about that. We'll also have a gameplay reveal for Broken Arrow, a game we announced back in May, and that got a lot of positive reactions. So we've got still left a full hour of enjoyment, so stick with us. I'll be giving back the mic to the community lounge, drink some water, and be back to you in a few minutes. See you later.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, guys. How are you? Did you enjoy the last interventions and big reveals? We enjoyed them.
Oh, we certainly did, yeah.
Oh my God, that was so amazing. So we are really happy, and so we are here to speak again with you.
Basically, we would like to do a recap of 2021.
Yes.
We're almost at the end of the year, so we thought it would be a good idea to, to see how 2021 has been for Slytherin and for our fans.
Yeah.
So overall, it's been a great year. We've been super busy with so many releases, so many new players, so many new faces joining the Slytherin family. It's amazing, and to be honest, it makes me proud of working as Slytherin.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So we wanted to mention some of the games that we released in 2021 because it's been such a dense year, such a...
You have a list.
Yes,
so
I have a list,
a long list.
Yeah, there are so many, to be honest, I couldn't remember. I couldn't commit them to memory, so yeah, I'm using a list.
Yeah, but I have a list too, so don't worry.
Okay. Right, so...
Thanks, that's 3. Okay, well,
franchise of a war game franchise
point.
called Competition, Black Sea. The game was released previously on Battlefront, and we were able to...
Okay, well, I sort of knew of that, I guess.
Then, of course, we had one of the major releases of the year.
Flashpoint, but yeah, I guess that could be 3.
Really, of a franchise which is really loved by Slytherin fans. I'm talking of Field of Glory 2, with Field of Glory 2 Medieval. But then we had a huge Matrix Games release, War and Days 2. It's possibly the biggest war game set in World War II.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's bigger than War in the Pacific. Well, they're probably comparable. Yeah. Then after that, we had 2 more really, really well-appreciated new war games. Warplan Pacific and, of course, Valor and Victory, as you saw before. But then in May, we had our biggest release of the year. I'm talking, of course, of Warhammer 40k Battlesector. It's been amazing to work on that and to see it being released because the reception has been kind of overwhelming, frankly. And it's been so great that we decided to make a console version.
Yeah.
And we're proud to announce that Battlesector has been the biggest release on console in Slytherin's history. Actually, Battlesector is making history for Slytherin in two different ways, in the sense that it's also our first game on the Game Pass.
Yes.
And it's really
exciting.
It's been really great.
Wow,
really.
It was amazing to see it inside Game Pass. So wow.
The other two new games that we released were Combat Mission Cold War and the latest title of the Decisive Campaign series, Ardennes Offensive. That, of course, doesn't include all the DLCs and expansions. 2021 has been really busy for that as well, because we released new expansions and new content for Order of Battle, Armor Brigade, Fantasy General 2, Panzer Corps 2, Command, Field of Glory 2, and Warhammer 40k Gladius. Every time we release a DLC for Warhammer 40k Gladius, people go crazy, so of course, we continue to do that.
Course.
We hope to continue deliver new DLCs for our ongoing franchises in 2022, and I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
But there was another big event in May. I'm talking, of course, of the first Wargamers Live Plus event. It was a great success. It was the event in which we announced new games such as Scramble, Battle for Britain, Stargate Timekeepers, the new Master of Magic, and Broken Arrow, of course. We know plenty of you are waiting for news about Broken Arrow, so we're getting there. Just a bit more patience.
Yes, and no much more time to wait. Don't worry.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a great year, but I think we're talking enough about the past. What can you tell us about the present?
Well, the present is really hot, I think.
Yeah,
it's getting hot again because the fireplace was switched off for a moment, and it was so beautiful.
This fire never dies. I mean.
No, it's I don't know the fire that.
It's raining where I am.
We can call it.
Very rainy today.
Except for the hot fireplace.
Very coastal Southern California.
In the middle of the winter sale. You can go to our website and you will take the opportunity to take advantage of the winter sale till January 9th. So you have enough time to take advantage of it. And for each Monday, we will give you suggestions about the franchise you should buy taking the opportunity of the winter sale. For example, this week franchise is Gary Grisby's War in the East.
Yeah.
So one of our biggest war games. So as you said before, go and have a look on our website, on our socials, and also on our newsletter, which will tell you about the following week's franchises. So go and have a look and stay updated, of course.
Yeah. So we wanted to mention the tournaments because 2021 has seen a lot of tournaments.
Yeah.
So I have a list of champions that I want to mention.
Another list?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We love lists. All right, so we started the year with the Content Creators Tournament for Field of Glory 2 Medieval. This was a special tournament about influencers, and Steinballen won that. Then Eridor 08 won the Race to Victory Tournament for Strategic Command World War II, World at War. Malabar 26 won the Rise of Macedon Field of Glory 2 Tournament. Thrush Player won the Winter Clash Tournament for Fantasy General 2.
Okay, I'm not really interested in this myself.
I don't think it's Thrush if he won the tournament.
I think so, but I don't know.
Saber Hetman won the Open Field of Glory 2 Medieval Tournament. Fafnir won the Call to Arms Strategic Command World War I Tournament. Demonicus won the inaugural tournament for Panzer Corps 2. It was the first tournament for Panzer Corps 2. Wevan won the Lizard Rebellions tournament for Fantasy General 2, which accompanied the release of the DLC Evolution. Snuggle Bunnies won the Rome Against the World Field of Glory 2 tournament. Lynxcom won the Wild Creek tournament for Order of Battle World War 2. Nazi Rat won the Reconquista tournament for Field of Glory 2 Medieval. Folklore won the Path to 1942 Panzer Corps 2 tournament. Praetor Shinzon won the Operation Overlord Valor and Victory tournament. Tyrannic won Byzantium Endures Field of Glory 2 tournament. Armida won the D-Day tournament for Valor and Victory. And Graf Leon won the Allies tournament for Order of Battle. Good job, guys.
Good job. Good job. Keep doing.
Sorry.
We know that you have a lot of competition, so these tournaments involve hundreds of players, so it's not easy.
No.
Speaking of hundreds of players, I wanted to mention the Panzer Corps 2 tournament, the World Championship, because in September, on the same date as the start of World War II, we started our most ambitious tournament ever, which is the Panzer Corps II World War Championship. It's a year-long tournament which involves hundreds of players. Right now there are 365 players for 12 rounds, so it's truly epic. Right now, Edel's 77 is leading, but it's such a short lead, so who knows what will happen.
Who knows?
Last but not least, well, we have some news regarding the tournament system.
Wow.
Yeah, we can give you more details about that right now, but in 2022, we will let you know what's going on there, because we want to improve the system and give you more opportunities to engage in competitive playing with other formulas. But yeah, we'll tell you more when we're ready.
Stay tuned, guys.
Yeah, whatever, guys. I
And then,
don't
of
really
course,
care.
we started the new Battlesector tournament.
Wow.
It's the first tournament for Battlesector.
Today, isn't it?
Yes, today.
Wow.
Today.
Can't wait to know who
Yes.
will win.
It will end in January, but we are planning to have many more tournaments for Battlesector in 2022.
Wow, wow, wonderful. I may take the opportunity of
Sure.
this community lounge to thank you, the influencers that are supporting us. Not only today, we have more than 70 influencers that are restreaming our live, so thank you, guys. And I will say some names, for example, Angry Joe, Republic of Games, Helping Hands, Nocrum, Naraptor, Hugo Tester, Saint Valen, Games and History, Das Tactic, Andrew Channel, and many, 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 many more of them. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. But also a big, big thanks
Break it down, gamer.
the third-party stores that are selling our games. I remember you that you can wish list the games you are seeing today on Steam and on our website, and also on other third-party stores. You have to choose your favorite one and have a look if you can find our games. But of course, on Steam they are available, and so go and wish list them. And I will end this intervention saying thank you to GOG.com, Humble Bundle, Epic Games, Gemba, Games Planet, Gamersgate, Greenman Gaming, Fanatical, and last but not least, Move. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Keep supporting us.
Sorry, I think we're running out of time.
Oh my
so
God.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been a privilege, it's been an honor. So
Yeah,
see you
thank you,
soon,
guys.
because the big things are coming.
Yeah,
including
so
Broken
stay
Arrow
tuned and
Stargate.
prepare, because you are not ready
Don't
to
go
know.
anywhere.
Be there. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Right up next, maybe? Well, they were more interesting than this, that's for sure. Maybe even reading out the who won the tournaments was more interesting than this. Thing must be wrong. Thing must be wrong. Can they not get a hold of somewhere in the world? Hit the thing again. Technical. Well, oh, you now have a countdown clock. Okay. Okay, now we're getting back to something, hopefully.
And we are back. We are back to for the last hour of great show. I'm super excited about this last hour. It's been an incredible afternoon. I have to say the number of people watching us has been outstanding. We're super excited about the number of great fans and co-streamers, everyone watching us. So thank you for following us so far. I had my changes of dress as well. And before we go into the goal of the afternoon, you know, showing you gameplay of Stargate and Broken Arrow, I want to quickly recap what has been happening over the last 3 hours. It's been a long afternoon. So this is a video we built live whilst we were having the show. So take a look and be amazed about a summary of this afternoon. Hello everyone. Welcome to Home of Wargamers Live 2021 Winter Edition. Hello Ian.
Hello Marco, hello everyone.
Again,
the budget for our tree wasn't the same as the budget for the Italian tree by the look of things.
With Terran Commands, we want to give you a new and cinematic, but also an authentic Starship Troopers experience. The music is brand new.
This is Lucas Neisten, lead designer for Starship Troopers Terran Commands, reporting from the front line. The planet of Kawasha does have a number of larger cities, and these become key strategic objectives for both the Federation and the Arachnids. Remember that you can do your part by registering for the beta, and that pre-orders guarantee citizenship.
Second one from Panda about ICBM. Okay, I got to sing this one. Says, boom, 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 boom. Humanity is doomed as I'm launching nukes while sitting in my room. So a Venga Boys tribute. I cannot read this. Just the
beep.
Yeah, just the last part says very erotic robots about Battlesector again.
Hey Stuart, how you doing? Yes, we're coming up for Stargate very soon, hopefully. They're giving us what they talked about earlier, a little video. So
software in professional defense environments. Southern Storm is its latest, most advanced commercial iteration.
Definitely waiting to see the gameplay of Stargate, for sure. Seeing all this. I know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, is that a hit?
117 said, for the Emperor. 8 Vutia said, broken arrow, broken arrow. And then...
See you later.
Here we are. This was a summary of what we had this afternoon. As I think I counted the overall number of announcements we've made. We are going to make until the end of the afternoon. It's going to be 18 different things, and you know, every single bit of the company, from marketing to production to PR to artists and so on, have worked on this show very hard. It's not easy to put together, and I have to say, you know, big thank you to everyone who's managed to put everything together. That's you know, that goes out to them. And this specific video was made by one of our editor since 15 years. He's been with us, Alex Montrazi. He's doing stuff for Netflix now, so I hope that he's not going for the big money shortly. But you know, he's really real star. So thanks to the team for putting all this together. Now we are here to talk about Stargate. Now Stargate was announced back in May at our Home of Wargamers event, and we announced it with this teaser trailer.
It's such a great show. I hope the game's going to be good.
Now, to talk about Stargate Timekeepers, I'm going back to Epsom, where Neil McKenna is joining us as the producer on the game. Hello, Neil.
Hello, Marco.
You got the Christmas sweater notes then. That's.
I did indeed. I got the note and I followed it to the letter.
That's great. That's great. Thank you for joining us, Neil. You're the producer on Stargate, so you're going to tell us a lot more about the game today. First things first, we announced the game back in May. What was the reaction that we got for announcing this?
Well, it's always a nervous time when you announce a game. You work very hard on it in the run-up to launch. You've been working for a long time on the game before anybody ever sees it. And no matter how long you've been doing it, it's still a nervous time when you announce it. And in May at the last Home of Wargamers, it was certainly a nervous time. But we were delighted with the reaction to it. People engaged with it really positively, very excited, even though we didn't say a lot about the game and what we were doing. with it. There are clearly a number of Stargate fans out there who've been very keen for new Stargate content for a long time, and they haven't had much to play with, and people were very excited about it. So we were delighted with the reaction, both in dedicated Stargate communities and perhaps our more core communities, the more sort of Slytherin Wargamer types. Everyone seemed to react well to it. There were a few people who wanted to know more about the game because we didn't say an awful lot about the game. So hopefully we can address some of those things today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the first questions we got was, well, what is the game about? How does it work? How do you do a strategy game based on the Stargate franchise? So I guess you can tell more about it now.
Yes, indeed. So we are going for a real-time tactics game, which to a lot of our fans will be entirely self-explanatory, but to those to whom it is not, you are controlling a squad of 6 players, not always all at once, a number of players per level. You have large playing fields through which you need to navigate your crew to achieve your objectives, which obviously differ from mission to mission. And I suppose the core pillar of the game is about getting by enemies, getting by guards to achieve your objectives and finding a way through dangerous situations and keeping your crew intact.
Yeah, we've been saying a lot about making narrative-driven games today. That's like a common thread of the whole afternoon, and I guess we're getting to the gist of it, right? With Stargate, we are making.
Okay, so those are the 6 characters, I guess.
Stargate experience here, true Stargate experience, with the narrative-driven campaign.
Including us.
Absolutely. I mean, we have to make a game which appeals to Stargate fans, and Stargate's DNA is films and movies. So we have to tell a story. We're telling a new story. We're not retelling an existing SG-1 story or anything like that. I've had a good read through of the material which will be going into the game. There's almost no dialogue in there today whatsoever. It's the biggest thing which is missing from the game, but I'm very confident that it's of a very high standard. Obviously we work very closely with MGM to make sure that they're happy as well, and they go through these things very closely, come back with a lot of feedback, which is really helpful for us. So yes, it's very dialogue driven, certainly. We want to make a game that appeals to Stargate fans as well as real-time tactics fans.
So the game, of course, the Stargate, Stargate franchise we're working on is the Stargate SG-1 franchise, the Stargate SG-1 TV show. So before we talk about the story of the game, which is the first part of what we're going to unveil about the Timekeepers today, let's take a look at what is the starting point of our new adventure.
Remember this.
My lord, a scout ship has exited hyperspace and is heading for the planet's southern pole.
You'll get chills watching this now. Wow.
Still looks great after all these years. This is Stargate SG-1 Season 7, Episode 22, The Battle of Antarctica. Neil, take it from here and tell us about the story of Timekeepers.
It is indeed the jumping off point for our story. It's probably one of the best known episodes from the TV series. It's a climactic battle between the Tauri, the Earth people, and the forces of Anubis, one of the Gould system lords. The Earth people are on the verge of discovering Ancient's technology, which will make them much more powerful and a dangerous threat, and Anubis sends his forces to Earth, to Antarctica, to try and stop the extraction team from saving that equipment. It's one of the best regarded episodes, I think, in the entire 10 series of the TV show. Very highly rated. I think it's about 9.5 on IMDb. It was a pretty spectacular episode as well. I think originally it was written, the plot of this episode was written as the plot for a potential second Stargate movie, which obviously didn't get made in the end, and it got reused in the TV show. So it's a big, spectacular battle. I don't think I'm spoiling anything by saying that Earth win a stunning victory, and it changes the balance amongst the remaining system lords for the remainder of the series. So it's a very fondly remembered, very big episode, and it forms the jumping off point of our story. Our story doesn't retell the Battle of Antarctica, but it starts in the aftermath of that battle.
So, behind me, you can see there's a new artwork for Timekeepers, and this is telling a lot about the game itself. And I would like to use this as a starting point to tell more about the new characters we're introducing, and there are the main characters of our story, of the Timekeepers story.
Indeed. So our captain there, the largest figure, is Eva McCain. She is one of the Tauri people, and sort of a very strong leader on whom the rest of the crew depend very much. Next to her is Max Bolton, who is the sniper, who does all the usual sniper things. Next to him, we have Sam Watson, who is the technical officer. He uses technology to his advantage a lot. He is very good at infiltration, at mind reading, at disguising himself as other characters. So he's a vital member of the team. Below that, we have Attar, who is one of the Jafar resistance, who plays an important role, and we'll see a little bit of her in a bit as well. We have our Unas character, who is Zugger there. He is something of a berserker, a blunt weapon, who also has a very cute pet, who I look forward to showing at some later stage. And last of all, we have Derek Harper, who is the drone operator, who is sort of highly scientific, not much of a fighter himself, but employs drones and can alter the balance of technology from a safe distance.
So there's quite a diverse team here. Of course, each member has its own qualities and
did we have to use the term diverse?
And skills. We are going to introduce all these characters as we approach release. But the first character I'd like to focus on is Eva, of course. She's the main leader of the team. So tell us a little bit more about her and how she's leading the team.
So yes, Eva is our leader, and as a leader, it means she is perhaps the most widely skilled character overall. She's been drawn there with binoculars in her right hand. She is the only one who has the skill where she can look at a point on the map and see which enemies can see that point, so where the danger is coming from. In her right hand, in her left hand even, she's holding a rifle, which she can put to devastating use with short bursts of fire here and there. Sometimes there's only one way to solve a problem. She can also use bullet cases to distract in sort of a classic manner of real-time tactics games, get guards looking the other way for a few seconds. She's a skilled radio operator and also very deadly in approaching enemies from behind. She can approach stealthily, take people down quickly, and she also carries stun grenades around. So she's a very well-rounded character. As the narrative unfolds, we understand more about her existing relationships with the other crew members and the backstory to that and what drives her forwards. And later on in the story, we understand just how much she is prepared to sacrifice to get the mission completed, but can't say too much about that today.
Yeah, don't spoil much. That's why when we're going to show gameplay today, we're going to show only clips for Mission 1 and Mission 2 because we don't want to give too much away. But this is still going to give us enough variety to show about the game because, well, we said about Antarctica, and then we've got another environment to show. But let's start about this thing about the environments. I think they play a big part in the game. So we have quite a few images of how we studied the guys at Creative Forge studied the environments to make them look as interactive and cool as possible, but also adherent to what the TV show is about. So let's start from the Antarctica one, and you can maybe explain what we're saying. So this is here you go.
So, as I said, the jumping off point for our story, it starts in the aftermath of the Battle of Antarctica, but the battle is perhaps not entirely won at this point. There's still some forces of Anubis that need stopping before they can neutralise the SG-1 team. Set in Antarctica, so it's exactly as you would expect. It's very cold, it's very snowy, it's very blue-white. It means that you don't make an awful lot of noise as you walk around because it's windy, it's snowy, but it does mean that you leave footprints in the snow around you, which obviously can be spotted by guards and can give your position away, so you have to time very carefully where you're moving. An environment such as this is an ideal starting point for the story because the enemies are relatively easy to see against the background as well. We have sort of things like coal warriors and easily spotted against the background. So it helps you get to grips with the basic mechanics of the game very well, and is an ideal environment to start the story in.
And then the next one we're going to see is the environment that's the Mission 2 environment, which is completely different. As you were saying, the game's about visiting different locations, different planets. How does that work? How does that work in terms of how's the game panning out? Visiting different places, then going back to the same places because it's a time loop, right?
That's right. The time loop is one of the most interesting parts of the game, and as you progress through the game, you will discover the existence of a device called the time loop, which allows you to go back to previous areas and retry them with new skills or perhaps different team members, which can be crucial to the successful completion of the story. Can't give away every detail about that, but it's vitally important that you master that and sort of you observe what you did wrong last time and learn from that and sort of leverage that into sort of more successful runs the next time around. With a game where or an IP like Stargate, where sort of interplanetary travel is such a large part of it, obviously that frees us up to use lots of different environments, and we'll see in the clips we're about to show that interacting with the environment is a crucial part of getting any mission done. So we have missions sort of in the day, at night, snowy, foresty, ancient temples, on fast-moving vehicles, indoors, underground. We have a whole range of environments which all present unique opportunities and indeed challenges.
So shall we jump on the first clip and show the game?
Let's do it.
Let's do it then. Okay. Let's go for it, Neil. Explain what we're seeing.
So here we have Eva creeping up, and this is towards the end of the level. You can see the wreckage of one of Anubis' spaceships on the ground. Eva is trying to get there because the guns are still functional, and she wants to use the guns to take care of the massed forces who are trying to neutralize the SG-1 team. As I said, Eva is very good at stealthy approaches. She can take people out either violently or non-violently. She tends to prefer taking people out in a non-violent fashion. You can see the view cone of the enemy guards there, as is typical in a real-time tactics game. It's a two-part view cone, so the solid part is where any movement will be detected, and the broken part you can generally crouch through and you will not be detected. That is Eva doing a bullet casing toss to fool that guy over there. He's now looking for the bullet casing and where it landed, allowing Eva to sneak past. We are observing this guard walking around the top and coming round at the moment. It is a central pillar of the game that you can only work out the answer by seeing what the guards are up to and learning their patterns and what their weaknesses are. So this guy's probably not moving. Let's creep up on him, and there he goes too. We can leave the body there because there is nobody looking. Quickly kick down the environment. Two bad guys there. Sometimes that's the only solution. So Eva's deadly burst fire takes care of those two. Eva is a fairly stealthy character, so even when she's firing her rifle, the noise doesn't stretch too far. And you saw the massed forces of Anubis there at the end, who need to be tackled, but we're not giving away how you're going to do that today.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a tiny bit of you know, the gameplay and how it works. You know, I would say the basics, right? You know, the very basics of you know how the game works. You know, as I said, a tiny bit. You know, how big are these levels? How big are these scenarios? How many of them we've got?
The levels are really big. There are 14 levels in total. I would say that it would take a decent player familiar with the genre probably on average something like about 16 hours to complete the game on a first run through. So over an hour a level. They're big things. Obviously, your objectives are broken down into smaller groups, so you're not bombarded with information and 20 different objectives that you need to fulfill. As soon as you start, it's broken down into much more manageable chunks, and you never feel overwhelmed by the levels. There's always a relatively coherent block of gameplay in front of you that you can work out and think, right, okay, this is what I've got to do next, and this is how I'm going to approach it. But yeah, the levels really are big things.
What are we going to see next? You know, it's still Eva doing her own thing, but with a little bit of you know, of extra stuff.
Yeah. So this is chronologically later in the story. This is indeed Mission 2, which does follow on from Mission 1. Certainly, as I've hinted, not all missions are chronological.
This is the environment, by the way. This
is the forest world of Haktil, which is Eva's mission here is to escort the convoy, which is designated for some Jafar rebels. Not much resistance is expected, however, plenty of resistance is encountered. So forest world, very different challenges. It's harder to see what's going on, but there's also a lot more places to hide, such as a forest. The game is being developed in Poland, so obviously we've got some bison in there. I think it reminds them of their homeland. I don't think we see any bison today, which is a terrible shame. We've had pigs, cows, and chickens already, but I don't think we're seeing any bison.
Right, so let's jump on the gameplay clip then.
So here comes Eva again. The bison just shot there.
How you doing, my friend?
The first objective will be to get to that bush. Any character can hide crouching in a bush, regardless of where the bush falls within guard's view cone. So we can see what the guard can see there. A brief hint there of Eva using her binoculars and showing which guards can see that point. So the bullet casing is tossed over there, which is just enough to distract that guard for a few moments and into the next bushes. A few more characters here. We can get as close as we like to them in the bushes. And again, we can see that point there. 2 of the guards can see what's going on. The guards don't have especially good peripheral vision, so whilst they're looking from side to side, they do remain vulnerable round about there. Again, Eva takes him down quickly, ties him up. Nobody.
Yep. You're getting the Stargate preview here.
Might be looking soon, so pick up the body, put it in the bushes where it can be hidden. You can dump a body pretty much anywhere. Some are a bit more grisly than just shoving it in the bushes. We move on a bit, and here's a quick example of the teamwork as we have Atta, our Jafar girl, appearing. Obviously, all these characters will be controlled by you. There are no sort of unplayable characters. You will select your crew beforehand. A quick example of Eva's flashbang grenade there, and takes out 2 guys quickly. Atta takes 1, Eva takes the other. Guard's got this pretty well covered, but you can see in the broken view cone we can get behind that truck if we take it nice and slow.
No, this looks all right.
Let's get them looking away.
Oops.
That's the end of the clip.
Yeah, that's we won't play it from the beginning. Yeah, so whilst we rewind the sort of fast forward the stuff we were showing, you know, that's when we are starting to see some more variety in interaction with the environment. We just interesting to see. You were saying that you play with both characters, so you are actually controlling every single member of the squad. So how do you plan your move? It's all in real time, right?
Absolutely. I would stress that we've hidden all the user interface just to make a sort of more clearly understood video today. But we do have a mode where characters can queue up orders, a tactical mode where characters can queue up orders, which are then executed simultaneously. So 3 characters can plan actions, and you'll have a movement action and an action which will then be executed simultaneously, and that works really well. Team at Creative Forge have done a great job on that because it's worked brilliantly from day one. Here we see an example of what you're referring to, of interacting with the environment. Hey, and off you go. That's that guard's watch over. Stargate was a series which was never afraid of getting a bit of humour in there, and we're certainly trying to reflect some of that as well. So if the odd guard can't meet a comedy end, then what good is it? Is right in front of that guard. He simply can't see, so we don't need to worry about him too much. Creeping up, no real sound, so take care of that guy. And then a little bit more environmental interaction coming up, and look out, those guys at the top of the screen. Too late. So yes, there are many ways to solve problems, and the environment offers some good ways of solving some of those problems. I think there's going to be a lot to play around with and explore, and we certainly don't want to make a game where there's only one solution. There will be multiple solutions to find your way through any challenge.
Yeah, it's a big game design headache, right? To come up with all these little things you can do, but also give the opportunity to the players to actually play it, how they want it to be played. So it's an interesting challenge you've got in your hands.
Indeed, it is. You're absolutely right. It's a very big challenge at this end, but it's what you have to do to really allow the game to shine and give it replayability. People have to go back and replay levels, so there has to be more than one way of doing it.
Neil, a question that we all ask, I ask it about every couple of weeks. Players are probably asking it now in a chat. I don't read the chat, but where are we with development, and what is the plan for beta and for release of the game right now?
So we're pretty much content complete in terms of the levels. There are, I think, 13 of the 14 levels. The environments are complete now. Design passes are done. So the game is pretty much playable from start to finish. As I said earlier, the biggest thing that's missing at the moment is the dialogue, and particularly the voiceover, as it took us a while to find the right voices, which I think we found now. So Creative Forge are going to be very busy recording that at the start of next year. I would be hopeful that we could be in beta towards, I would think, late March, early April 2022. So not too far now. As for a full release, well, obviously it depends what we find in beta, what people think's good about it, and dare I say what they might think is not good about it. But I would be hopeful that we could be looking for a release in about July, August of 2022.
You say July, and a date springs to mind. Next year is don't look at that date here. There's a Q2 2021 beta. Hopefully, it's not gonna. That's I think it's supposed to be 2022, but you were saying July.
I can confirm that did not happen.
You were saying July. Next year, there's a big anniversary, Neil, for Stargate SG-1.
Next year is the 25th anniversary of the debut of Stargate SG-1 on our TV screens. So yes, we would love to get our release as close as possible to that milestone.
Yeah, and you said 25 years old, and I feel like my hair have gone somewhere, but I don't know where exactly.
I was already working in video games when Stargate was first on our TV screens. Alas, yes.
Yeah, but Neil, thank you very much. I think it's great to see that the game's coming.
Well, this looks like it's going to be good. I really hope the story will be good, and I think that's where it will make or break.
They have done
the game, at least for me, is this going to be the story.
Tactics products, but I have to say that
I think so.
This is going above and beyond, and
very
both
good.
Visually and from a gameplay perspective, we're super happy about where we are right now. Are we?
I've always been delighted with the feedback I've had when I've shown the game internally, and nobody is obliged to be nice to me, and we can be honest. I've been taken back time and time again by how much people have liked it internally. Creative Forge have worked so hard to get to this point, and particularly in the last few weeks to get us something to show today. So I'm feeling very confident for next year and for a good quality release.
Thank you very much, Neil. I will see you soon.
Yep. Story with this a story.
Right, guys, this was Stargate. This was the first bit of reveal we wanted to show. You see that now there is an extra chair just beside me because it's time to showcase the next game, Broken Arrow. I'm again very excited to introduce this game to you today. Again, a game that we have announced in May during the Home of Wargamers event. And before we welcome our guest, I would say, let's play again the trailer we have announced the game with back in May, and that was the gameplay, the trailer we've used back then.
All right, Broken Arrow. Finally, let's see. I know we've seen this before if you've been paying attention, but it's been a while, for me at least, since I've seen this. Russian carriers there, that looks like. No, those are American, sorry. Those are not carriers, they're amphibious warfare ships, sorry. Yes, I know things, but I'm not always right. Not everything with planes are carriers. They're going to need to get this game out fast so everyone can practice up for get trained for the real action coming soon in Ukraine. Probably sooner than the game's going to be released, unfortunately, but that's what we're looking like. That Yeah, Starship Troopers also is another very good game coming. I'm looking forward to that as well, Stuart. Oops.
And this was.
Oh, I'm not sure.
To talk about Broken Arrow,
Oh, no.
I've got here with me Felix Aber, creative director of Steel Balalaika.
Hello, Marco.
Hey.
Glad to be here.
Hello, Felix. Good to see you. It's been, 7 months ago we've announced the game. So, a lot of people have joined Discord on Broken Arrow. Quite a lot of people.
Yeah, we get every day tens of people coming in to our personal, our private Discord, where everything started, and it's continuing to grow. So it's really pleasing to see.
It's really exciting. And Felix, before subscribe to the Discord, of course. You guys, you have, that's a good way to keep up to date with the game. But just because not everyone may be familiar with Broken Arrow out there, can you tell us what Broken Arrow is about?
Yep. So Broken Arrow, this is real-time tactics / strategy game. It's set in a modern, realistic environment, so we're talking about 21st century warfare here. Mix of tactics and strategy, because this is a game where you have a deck system, you build your army before starting the battle, and but the problem of this kind of system is that it's very inflexible, rigid. Once the game has started, you cannot change your plan. So we have decided to bring some elements of the RTS in the mix to offer the player some more flexibility. So you have a simple economic system that allows you to bring reinforcements on the battlefield, call units back to the base to get some refund, and call new units instead. So we're not talking about the classic resource gathering and tech tree things. We are really focusing on combat still.
Well, to properly introduce the game, you've brought us a nicely edited clip, which works as an intro video for our talk. So let's take a look, and then we can come back and talk about the game.
Let's see some gameplay footage.
Deeply.
Hell yeah.
Great.
Looks all right.
Very nice music, by the way.
Yeah, it's composed internally by. We have our own composer.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Hey, Evgeny.
So you see internal chats going on here. I've kind of seen that probably the military experts have seen some units they recognize. So you probably want to tell us more about what are the factions involved and what you can use in the game.
Absolutely. So our two factions are the USA and Russia, and they already totalize 200, more than 200 units actually just for these two nations. So we have infantry, vehicles, helicopters, planes, a few landing crafts. So yep, quite a lot of units for these two nations.
And you were saying about the deck before, which is a big part of the game, right? Building your own deck. So let's start from here. We have 3 actual in-game clips that are actually captured from alpha footage. So everything we show today is very much alpha, so don't think this is final, but you'll already see some big hints of what the game's going to look.
Yeah, we're showing the game as it is, so we recorded it like 2 weeks ago, I think. 2
weeks ago, yeah.
And
so first clip, let's take a look at the deck building system.
Okay, so here we are in the main menu of the game, and we will pay attention more particularly to the Arsenal tab, which is the place where all the units of the game are stored. You can watch the 3D models, learn their statistics, compare them, but what will interest us more is something more dynamic, is the army builder part. So to create a new deck, you select one nation, so here the USA, and then you can see there are 4 specializations for each nation. They are different for each of them, and you have to select 2 of them. So 2 out of 4, that makes 6 possible combinations, 6 archetypes of decks that will give the general shape of what you will be playing. Once you have selected your specialization, so your archetype.
Well, the Marines no longer have tanks, so this is outdated.
Categories in the deck that have a different number of slots, and the number of slots depends on the specializations that you have selected. So these slots, you will put units in them. The number of slots is like a diversity limitation, because you can put only 1 type of unit per slot. If you want more different units, you need more slots. And there is also a quantitative limitation, which is the number of points that you can put in each category. Here again, is limited depending on the specialization that you have selected, and depending on the price of the unit. So these number of points correspond to the price of units. So you can have a high variation of units, but if they are all very expensive, you will not be able to put a lot of them every time.
Okay, in the battlefield. And there's a lot of customization you need, because you said 200 units. These are only the base units, right? Then you can customize them.
Yes, exactly. I said 200 plus because I've stopped counting a moment ago. This doesn't include the specialization, of course. Like here, we have an Abrams tank changing the armor. Yeah, technically that's changing the statistics, but nobody will tell you that this is a real unit, you see. So this is 200 plus real different units, and then all the customizations on top of that. That's why I've stopped counting.
Yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Generally, the customization, you have, well, you can see armor, an extra self-protection weapon. You can change the type of ammunition for artillery. You can change the sensors to something more or less modern to see better on the battlefield. So really a lot of possible combinations. All the people who love deck building will be really happy with this system, where you can go always further, more in detail in what you want for your army.
Yeah, it looks like this is almost like a game on its own, right? You know, it just feels like you're playing. This is the first part of your game.
There's multiple reasons. They've given up their 2 tank battalions, which I don't think they needed 2 tank battalions. I would have kept a company or 2 of tanks.
Making your deck is
I think to a point they thought that the tanks were getting outdated, and they just decided not to keep them. It's sort of tactical, I think, as well as budgets.
It complexifies things a lot, in fact, because instead of having a single entity that
because they had two battalions of tanks, if I'm
characteristics,
up until like less than a year ago,
split it into different elements that have to move together,
and they decided to
destroy it together,
to get rid of them. They've totally got rid of them now.
Increasing the complexity of the development, of course.
There's a lot of training and elements to it. I would have kept
this is the essence of
a couple of companies worth to be deployed to be able to like deploy them in sort of platoon strength around, is to give a little bit of heavy, instead of trying to be like a Panzer division, just have a few sort of like the old French model of a few support tanks that are heavy armored to go around where you need them, just a few. And just used army facilities for training instead of trying to maintain your own marine training facilities. So I would have just kept a few and used the army facilities.
It's a mission editor, which is both a development tool. So we are using it
earlier this year,
the solo content of the game at the moment, and this is also a tool that we will deliver to the players once the game will be out. So
let's take a look at this.
We can take a look how it looks.
They've actually gotten rid of the tanks, not that they're just like sitting over somewhere. They've gotten rid of them.
You have do we have the video? Yes. You launch a map, you place the different elements required by the scenario on it. So either you can pre-place the units, you place triggers, objectives, you will have spawn points for the enemy or for yourself if you need it. And
I want to change it. Marines, at least the early, when the Abrams first came to the Marines didn't like it, because I had a friend who was a tank driver in the Marines. One of the reasons they didn't like the Abrams was their LCACs, the air cushion landing vehicles. Landing craft, those hover ones. You could put 3 M60s on one of those, and that was designed to hold it, but you could only put one Abrams on it. It's more of a size dimension than a weight thing, at the time at least.
For the community to be able to
and so
its creativity.
You could deploy so much fewer. I also think the Marines see them as gas guzzlers compared to the M60.
How big,
which means a lot of logistical support on operations, which may not be a big deal if you're, using a Marine brigade or division as if it's just another army unit. But if you're using it as, amphibiously deployed into intervening in, say, modern-day Philippines or Vietnam or something like that, it's a whole.
So you're going to see the game in full action. You tell us what we see.
No, the Royal Marines, to my knowledge, don't have any proper tanks. I don't think they do. They're a much smaller force. They might have some armored vehicles, but like scimitars or something maybe. But
created scenarios with the editor that we showed previously. We played them and we recorded them. And that's it. That's what you have. So it's really it's cut sometimes, but non-edited content. So this is what you will play with.
You make it sound very easy.
Well, actually, once you have developed the tools, that's the idea of the tool. Make the creation easy. So we really hope that, since it's dedicated to be played, to be used by players, we want it to be easy to do.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, there is.
Those are longbow helicopters. They'd actually keep them lower to the ground and keep them behind the hills, because they use those radars that are above the rotors to do target spotting, and at most pop up over and drop back down. Not sitting out here hovering like that. That would not be how they're tactical. They would keep them back behind whatever sort of hills, pop up, shoot, back down.
It's really not an easy choice, because in fact, the real
Stargate is really impressive. I like that. I also like Starship Troopers as new things.
it's we cannot represent both.
This can be really good.
Less than 1
I like historical stuff more, though. I'm glad Panzer Corps is getting a Pacific. Panzer Corps 2 is getting a Pacific DLC. That's big for me.
We try to find the scale.
There's so many things. It's hard
allows to feel both, to feel the close quarter intensity of the infantry, and the extent of the missile range over several kilometers sometimes.
Here we see also a lot of the UI. As how final is that UI you're seeing?
For instance, on the top left you have the purchase menu where you can see the 7 categories. So I will go a bit over there a bit later.
Yeah.
On the top right you have interesting thing. You have the.
Which can benefit from an invasion.
You can speed up or slow down the time.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
this is possible
if you're talking Ukraine.
In fact, we did.
Well, I think, with all the deployments around Ukraine, I think Putin is at minimum threatening an invasion. Maybe he's trying to get a sort of Sudeten crisis kind of going in that threaten invasion, get the Western powers to force the Ukrainians to leave the greater, shall we call it, Donbass region or whatever you want to call that, sort of southeastern Ukraine. Like, oh shit, this is really going to happen. Let's call, get the Ukrainians to give up their territory. I think that might be the objective instead of an actual invasion, but I'm not sure.
To avoid shooting your missiles. You turn off the missiles and just use the machine gun, for instance, or generally the tank shells. So that's management of the unit itself. The little picture you see is placeholder. It's either always an Abrams tank.
I don't know what's going to go in the calculation.
So some of the assets here are still missing.
Yeah, well,
and in the bottom left, this
and
is
so that's going to be the ethnic Russian things is going to be the
here it's open.
Hi, Ari. Is going to be the reason why they need to have Baltic states back, because they're pick one of your countries is probably 40% Russians in the Baltic states. Or at least 30%. Some of them maybe a little less. I don't know the current demographics, but that's just an excuse.
On the left-hand side, your purchase menu, because you were waiting for a specific moment where you actually.
You can always withdraw the Russians.
No, not really. It's a long.
If they don't want to be Ukrainian, they can leave.
To go over the general
that makes sense.
idea.
You said this is made with the editor. You started as an editor, right? A game editor. That's how
That's how I entered in the video game.
That's what I don't know. What in the Baltic states, what the ethnic makeup is. I knew it was at one point. I think one of them was about 40%, and I don't know if there's been an exodus or whatnot.
That's why I want.
But I would doubt any one of those Baltic states has less than 20% Russian ethnics.
To start to express my creativity.
You mean in
I think
Russia? I don't know.
To help. A new generation.
I mean, hell, it was
video game designers with
Soviet medical things were pretty poor too.
One of the
medical
again,
facilities.
This is alpha, so what you see is what is the actual state of development now, but there's a ton of things missing, right?
Yeah, I when I watch the video myself, I only see the bugs, and some of them are already corrected. Like we recently added some effects when the helicopter are crashing, like the tail rotor in flames with the black smoke explosion the video was recorded 2 weeks ago, so at one point you have to stop
no,
because
absolutely.
The game is always improving every week. So yeah, for me it's like, oh, we already corrected that. If only this show was 2 weeks later, this would have been so much better. But it's a never-ending story.
Absolutely, no. It's great that we can actually see this, because I don't know what the comments are in the chat right now, and I wish I could read what people are saying. But when I see Broken Arrow and when I see the stuff you send over, I can really see that you've got an eye for, making things happen at the same time, make them look spectacular and cool. So you're hiding what is missing very, very, very well here, but still show a lot of what the game is going to be about.
What is interesting for the players, I think, they didn't see until now, is really the scale. The scale of the game. Some people are expecting.
Yeah, but you see in the aggro, I don't know what. I don't know what Putin's perception of the willingness of Europe to fight.
A game where it's about,
I think he has the goal of rebuilding the Soviet Empire, but under, the Russian Empire. I think he wants the Baltic states, either to be a direct part of Russia or be a fully controlled satellite that I would count Belarus as. That's not how I would. I think they were well on that goal with Ukraine until they had their revolution, and that really upset Russian plans, because they had a Russian puppet in there, and it was going to move more and more as a Russian puppet. And when he lost his power there and was forced to flee, that upset Russian plans. And I don't think they've given up their plans just because their puppet was forced out.
When is it that you think the game is going to hit beta? And I'm not asking when the game's releasing, because you don't like that question.
I don't like any question about delay. Whatever. No, the beta. Generally, here we are.
Yeah, but you have the will to use your more planes and things.
The next step is, of course, the moment where the game is ready to be played.
I have a few maps that I've saved, Stuart, that shows the deployment. I don't know right offhand, but they deployed units from their usual areas to different places around, some down in Crimea, some up in Belarus, and all the way around, in the middle of winter. And there was no previously scheduled exercise. So you don't normally deploy brigades, at least they're brigades worth of units, to a border in the middle of winter without a really good reason. It's not just, like, hey, the general thought the troops could, use a bit of exercise.
Tell us, Q2, Q3 for beta, Q2 probably?
Well, probably Q2 for the beta. Generally, that's it. It's when we.
Well, until this is over, I'll be online, which probably not too much longer.
On the feeling of the game when they play it, and not when they see it crash or when they see mistakes. You see, so it's the moment. When you're in the development.
Yeah, this is. I don't know what the objective is. I'm not saying it's going to invade, but it's definitely an indication that invasion is a real possibility. Because from what I've seen, it looks like at a scale.
I want this, not this, and until now
to do so.
We haven't reached this moment because we already see our own problems. Like, okay, this is missing, this is too much, this is too long, this is too short.
Oh, and like so maybe spring would be when it's actually kicked off.
Yeah.
But they moved forces into place.
At the beginning, if you want to keep up to date on the game development, join the Discord. It's already very active, and there's a lot of people in there. But join the Discord because it's a great way of keeping up to date on what how development's going. Is there anything else you would like to add at this point, Felix? On
Well, I really think we will receive tons of comments from the community. Of course, positive and negatives, they are very welcome because they help us progress. They give us a barometer of our progress.
I don't think it would be happening if Trump was president. I know everyone wanted to say Trump was Putin's puppet, but I think if anything, Biden is more likely a puppet or are the preferred president of
what they would like, what
Putin.
they don't want to
Probably
see.
not a puppet would be, but somebody he thinks would give in.
You know, I started this show 4 hours ago with the idea of.
Well, see, that isn't the question, Stuart. It's how good is the equipment versus their likely enemies. If they don't think the West is going to fight, then it only needs to be better than the Ukrainian equipment, and it's good enough, better than that. If, you know, Hitler thought, literally bet, that France and Britain would not fight over Poland. He already had agreements with Stalin to divide up Poland. He bet, now he lost that bet, but he bet that, and Hitler didn't think Germany was ready to fight France and Britain, but he went into Poland.
Well, thank you very much, Felix. This has been amazing. We're still seeing stuff about the game.
Possibly, but I don't know if you'll still be up, because I'm maybe going to sleep in a while. I'm going to upload something and deal with a few things, and I'll see.
The presents. So, thanks
see,
for
Niagara.
Thanks for showing us the game. It's been exciting. We are going to move to the next phase now.
Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
See you
soon. Bye. And okay, well, you know, I guess that I would like to see what the guys out there are saying about the game, because I do tea time every week, and I am able to read the comments in the chat, and this is getting me the excitement. So without this, I feel a bit blind. But I hope that you guys out there are enjoying this.
Yeah.
We have one last bit of game to show you. Back in May, we closed the Home of Wargamers event with a last trailer that was Stargate, and when the trailer started, I ran to the screen in the back to see what people were saying about us announcing Stargate, and it was like a wealth of whoo ha whoo, and so for this one, we wanted to sort of do it in a different way. We didn't want to leave you without an after the teaser moment. So don't leave us after the teaser is finished, because we're going to be back in the main stage with Mark from Epsom. Hopefully he's not going to be naked, as hinted before, and he is going to talk us through about this game. So let me introduce you to this last teaser trailer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, we have a teaser trailer for something that's a U.S. interstate, Oklahoma City. Looks like post-apocalyptic or current apocalyptic. A-10 firing at a technical there. That looked like some laser beam stuff. Terminator. This is a Terminator? Is this a Terminator? Yeah. Terminator Dark Fate Alliance. Too bad for me, the Terminator franchise sort of died.
Teaser trailer I've made over the last 20 plus years of career in the industry. I am so happy to announce that we're developing a Terminator Dark Fate strategy game, and to talk about it, I have with me Mark Hardisty from Epsom. Is joined by Ian McNeil as well, who's going to wrap things up with me later. Mark, Ian, this is Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. Mark, you're the producer on the game. And
Terminator Dark Fate Defiance, yeah.
How
real-time strategy.
How happy are you?
And yeah, I mean, incredibly excited. I mean, this is the first time that the Terminator franchise has gone into sort of real-time strategy game. There's been nothing like this before, even after so many years. So it's so exciting. I mean, it's working on an IP that myself and just about everybody sort of has grown up with. So it's incredibly exciting, isn't it?
It is. Just want to tell everyone about it. It's been quite hard not to go and shout about it.
Yeah. I mean, the game, it's real-time strategy. It's like a focus on combat. There's no base building whatsoever. There is...
Yep, the old stuff I liked, but I didn't even watch I found out enough about the last one, just no.
A lot of feedback from Skydance, who obviously own the property. The core is fighting, sort of moving kind of units, again, from mission to mission that you sort of push through. There's obviously a lot of Terminators that you're sort of facing. You play an offshoot from a faction called the Founders, which are kind of the sort of what the US Army was after Judgment Day. And on this storyline that you go through over these missions, you meet various factions, you meet the Resistance, obviously, you meet various cartels of humans, but obviously there's this wall of Terminators. It's the Dark Fate universe, so it is Legion that you're treating, and so there's a lot of the standard that you'd expect, the kind of the sort of bipedal Terminator units. You've got hunter-killer aerial units. You've got large HP tanks.
I don't know.
So you're facing
I'm not going to say I'm not going to play it or anything, but
gritty. It's hard, but then the devs have only just put in the difficulty level, so we now have an easy mode in a build we literally got a couple of days ago. But it's great, yeah. You
spent about a month trying to finish the second mission at one point, didn't you?
There was a mission that was killing me, yes, yeah. But it's like so exciting, and I mean, there's obviously the teaser trailer that we've shown. I don't know if we're allowed to show any of the gameplay at all.
I think we're going to probably the teaser trailer hinted about Oklahoma City. The game is set in the southern U.S., north of Mexico area. In the first, that's the Future Wars. So we've got a clip, 1 minute clip of we call a flyby that shows some action happening in Oklahoma City. Take a look. Yeah, that was some action, a lot going on.
Before, but there's just so much happening. You can't follow everything. You need to watch it through a few times to really pick it all up.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
we try to stick with a lot of the aesthetics of the sort of the various Terminator movies. So the city, there was obviously a destroyed city, which is your classic Terminator. But in the game, we do travel to vastly diverse environments, so anywhere from sort of forests through to sort of deserts, through to kind of there's even like suburbia that you're moving through, destroyed suburbia. But yeah, there's different places you're kind of seeing, which is quite different.
One of the things that
as well.
we were talking about on Stargate and on Starship Troopers and other games as well, as this idea of being story driven, and Terminator Dark Fate Defiance is very much of a story driven RTS, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, each mission has various branches. Depending on the factions, you might find a mission level where there's 3 human factions.
The Lord of the Rings series coming out. I have very grave problems from what I'm hearing about it.
Some of them might be marauders that you can team up with to get better equipment. Some of them might be resistance that may give you a little bit more manpower, but they've got they're more sort of trucks that sort of got armor strapped to them with sort of guns strapped to the back of them. Or you might be sort of moving more with the Founders. They're sort of slightly high tech. they've got sort of pulse weaponry going as well. And depending on who you kind of side with on each mission, kind of does dictate how the path goes for each mission. So yeah.
How many missions are we talking about in the game? What's the scope?
Yeah, sure. We've got 13 missions in the single player campaign, and they run from kind of 2 hours plus to play. And again, as I sort of say, it depends who you side with, how that can end up. And you can, replay and get a fairly different feel of game as you play through those.
One of the things I heard many times in the previous internal presentations we've done is that your objectives at the beginning of the mission are probably not the real objective that you'll end up playing for towards the end of the mission, and that's how story driven the game is.
That's right. Yeah, I mean the Oklahoma level, that is the only level we're showing today. That starts off. You're sort of going to Oklahoma. You know that there is a Legion force somewhere, but you're looking for survivors in the sort of the destroyed city, and it ends up with a huge Legion underground base being uncovered as you sort of play through it. That obviously you have to try and take out, and again, I mean that changes. Every single mission is very different. It's kind of there are Legion convoys. I don't really want to spoil the story or what we've got in here.
Yeah.
Really.
Well,
I'm scared to say anything because I'm not sure what we're allowed to say and what we're not allowed to say.
One of the things we said a lot about single player, or just what we could about single player, but the game is also going to be skirmish and multiplayer, right?
Yep. So the skirmish, we've got 1v1 skirmish and multiplayer. We have 2v1 and 2v2. And you can choose different factions. So you can play Founders, which, as I say, is sort of military hardware. You can play Resistance, which is your trucks and transit vans that are sort of. You've even got kind of these huge diggers pulling kind of weaponry, huge kind of artillery units. And of course, you have Legion as well. So you can also play as the Terminators. And there are new units that you'll be seeing. There'll be sort of some of the classic ones in there as well. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun, and I have to say, of course, that as someone might have noticed from the teaser trailer, the game is in development at Cats Who Play. They are an incredibly talented team, and because they are an incredibly talented team, Mark, they have sent us a playthrough of some bits of the Oklahoma City mission.
Have they? Oh, that's good.
Stuff that you haven't been able to see because you weren't able to actually reach that point in the mission.
Wow, no, I've never got that far.
So remember that bridge at the end of the flyby. You'll be seeing the game in action just right there now.
And here I thought the Terminators could take over all of your digital equipment. Those look like some digital era tanks. With their little nanites or bugs or whatever. Yeah, it does sort of look like he's saying in the Syrian battlefield.
I guess, who was expecting this today?
Well, we weren't.
That's pretty exciting, is it, guys? Ian, we have...
It looks awesome.
We have gone through quite a lot today. I guess, 4 hours of announcements and things. What does it leave, to you? I mean, you are guiding the company into the next phase. I guess, the tools are here to make it pretty successful.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some amazing games coming through. Just see the reaction in the chat. You haven't really been able to see it, but we've been seeing what people are saying. The excitement levels on some of the games are enormous. We're getting clearly, I don't know if we can say how many people were watching, but some of the stats we were seeing earlier were incredible about how many people are watching these streams. So yeah, the target is to reach out to new audiences. The games are getting better. You can see quality, the engagement. It's really exciting. Just some great things coming through.
Thank you, Mark, for joining us again for the announcement of Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. I can see some new adventure starts today with this announcement. It's a truly incredible game that we've got in house. We've got just a few seconds left, so I'm going to say goodbye to. Do you want to say something more, Ian?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Marco, huge thanks to you and everyone there. The amount of effort it took to organise this is incredible. This is not something you throw together in a few days. It's taken weeks or months of planning, and the amount of sheets and planning boards and just the organisation it's taken to organise all of this, it's incredible. So huge thank you to you and the rest of the team and everyone that helped out here and in Italy to get this all sorted, and all the developers, obviously, who worked with us to provide all the materials. It's been a huge effort by everybody.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the development teams especially, they have to drop, sometimes they have to drop what they're doing and just focus on something else. And sometimes it's not their, cup of tea. They have not, been thinking about it. They didn't plan to do this. So a huge thanks goes out to the developers who have helped us immensely in putting this together, the producers. I am going to now say goodbye to Epsom for now, and I'm going to join my colleagues back in the community room for a final goodbye. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, David, Neil, Annie, everyone who's joined us from Epsom. I really, really hope to see you soon. Have a great Christmas party this week, and just broadcast it live on Twitch. You might be successful.
Maybe.
Thanks, Marco.
Thank
Hope
you.
to see
Bye.
you soon.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, let me join the guys in the community room now, and for a final goodbye. Hey guys, yeah? Adriana, come here. She wasn't gonna come. She's shy. She's shy. She's shy. And Bruno, our director, who's behind the scenes, come in. Thanks guys,
Bruno.
for joining us. I really wanted to give some praise to this fantastic team who helped put everything together. It's been countless hours and weekends and things. So make sure that you give a big round of applause to these guys and to everyone out there. Thanks for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the show, and come to see us tomorrow at tea time at 4 p.m. UK time. where we're going to answer a part of your questions if you've got some, I guess. And we've got half an hour with you. Make sure that you join us there. Bye.
Okay, well, those watching, the few of you here on my watch party, thank you so much for being here as well. I hope it was informative and fun. Already come out a new Hearts of Iron 3 episode if you want to jump over and watch that. But thank you, everyone. If you're watching later, remember to like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. Thanks, everyone. What's Stuart saying? Interesting show. I don't get time. Thank you, Stuart. Yep. Glad you were here. Have a good day or evening wherever you are. Thanks, everyone. Bye.